You don't know something I don't? Don't get quiet on me. Ficus is hunting and lodging. So it's the three of us and JD. Nobody has turned on their camera yet.
I assume that includes us.
This is what we used to do. So I guess whenever I'm done, just do that, okay? Okay?
Are y'all okay if we close in on memory of John Roach?
Oh, absolutely.
It doesn't matter. You just tell me right now. Do you want to do them or not? What? Okay.
In a minute. You can have mine.
Not working either. No, it's handy. Four chairs, this, Radio Shack.
I think that one may be, maybe not.
Well, it's fine.
Good morning.
Because none of those, you don't.
He waved.
Okay.
It's working.
Clerk, call the roll.
Glenn Whitley, County Judge.
Here.
Roy Charles Brooks, Commissioner Precinct 1.
Present.
Devin Allen, Commissioner Precinct 2.
Here.
Gary Ficus, Commissioner Precinct 3. J.D. Johnson, Commissioner Precinct 4. Constitutes a quorum.
Here.
Our invocation this morning will be delivered by Dr. Alicia Garcia from Lake Church. Thank you so much for coming out today.
My pleasure. Thank you. Let us pray. Father, you have established your throne in the heavens, and your sovereignty rules over all. And we enter your gates with thanksgiving. We come into your courts with praise, and we're thankful to you, and we bless your holy name. We bless you, Most High God, and praise and honor you who lives forever, for your dominion is an everlasting dominion, and your kingdom endures from generation to generation. The Most High is ruler over the realm of mankind, and you bestow rulership on whomever you wish. You give rulership even to the lowliest of men. So let the name of God be blessed forever and ever, for wisdom and power belong to him. It is he who changes the times and epochs. He raises up kings and establishes kings. He gives wisdom to wise men and knowledge to men of understanding. You reveal profound and hidden things, and you know what's in the darkness. The light is with you. Therefore, O my God and Father, I give thanks and praise, for you give wisdom and power, that our leaders might know how to govern this city according to your will and for your good and great glory. Therefore, we ask in the full authority of Jesus, our Savior, your blessing upon this city of Fort Worth, Texas, its leaders, its people, and this commissioner's court. May this court be guided by your wisdom and your power as you have given them providential rulership in the city of Fort Worth. May this court and the people of Fort Worth, Texas, know your love, your grace, your justice, your peace, your provision, and your joy all the days of their life. For your dominion is an everlasting dominion, and your kingdom endures from generation to generation. Yours is the kingdom, power, and glory forever. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you, Dr. Garcia, for coming out today. Mr. Manius.
Thank you, Your Honor. Members of the court, we have announcements today as relates to the agenda. So we're going to go ahead and first get to the agenda, then we have some other general announcements also. So under the administrator's section, item 10A1, we do have the attachment, which is the weekly report that we provide the court. And I believe that we have that in your red folder, and we will put that on the web as soon as we republish.
We can't hear you. Yeah.
Speak up a little bit more. But we're not going to have people call out from the audience. That's not what we do here.
Okay, so we'll try this a little bit louder, okay? And I apologize if anyone can't hear me. It's not, we have some problems with the mics, but we intend to fix those shortly. So on the agenda itself, under the county administrator section, item 10A1, we do have the weekly attachment that we normally provide you in court. This is the update on the coronavirus and activities as it relates to the ARPA funding. Also under the administrator's section under X or 10A3, this concerns the debt issuance piece. We have included the slide deck that you're going to be seeing this morning in court. It's in your red folder also. On the administrator section, item A11, this is a consent item. This deals with the fiscal year 22-23 HRSA Ryan White program. It's Part A. We're going to hold that for 1 week or until the next court meeting in order to correct some issues in the contracts.
Thank you.
And then also under purchasing, item 10I2, this is RFP 2022-054. We're going to ask that we hold that until next meeting. Also, members of the court, just a couple of things. We're going to take some things out of order this morning. Once we conclude the consent agenda item, then we're going to move to the briefing item, and we're going to take up the tax abatement for the Arlington Commons development first. These are phases 1D, 2, and 1B, and Ms. South will lead that discussion, and then we have some individuals in the audience that will be addressing that particular issue. Then we're going to move to the public health report by Mr. Tenasia. Then we'll begin the county administrator section. Finally, we'd like to tell the court also on this agenda that we have 2 public hearings today, and I want to make sure that we're aware of that. Also, that today at 2 o'clock we have the IT steering committee. It's going to be at the Family Law Center and at the gathering room on the 2nd floor. And then finally, members of the court, we will not be having Commissioners Court next week. So our next court meeting will be the first Tuesday in April. I think I've covered just about everything. So thank you, John.
Thank you, sir. Court members, you have before you the minutes of our regular meeting of March the 15th.
Move approval.
Second?
We have a motion, a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
proclamations. Commissioner Brooks, I believe you have a proclamation.
I do, Your Honor. Thank you. This proclamation is for the Tarrant County Black Historical and Genealogical Society in honor of its 45th gala. The future is now, keeping history relevant. And it reads, whereas the Tarrant County Black Historical and Genealogical Society is a nonprofit public service organization founded in April 1977 by 21 charter members. And whereas their mission is to locate, collect, analyze, organize, and preserve African American historical contributions used to educate, empower, and interpret African American history in Tarrant County. And whereas Black Historical and Genealogical Society founder Lenore Rolla believed that the history of Tarrant County's black citizens should be recognized during all celebrations, and whereas she found that none of the local universities or libraries held any significant material available to the public, while important archival material existed in private collections. Thus, the society was founded. And whereas funds raised through membership go to the upkeep of the society's facilities, records, and to finance activities hosted by the society, and whereas the collection is arranged into 11 individual series, with the majority of items consisting of information dating to the last half of the 20th century, which has contributed to the developmental heritage and growth of Tarrant County. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, do hereby proclaim March 26, 2022 as Tarrant County Black Historical and Genealogical Society Day in Tarrant County. Be it further resolved that we congratulate the society upon the celebration of its 45th anniversary, which theme is "The Future is Now, Keeping History Relevant." And we celebrate with them as they honor their founder and charter members. In witness whereof, we have hereunto set our hands and caused the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this 22nd day of March 2022, and I move approval of this proclamation.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Here to accept this proclamation this morning is the Executive Board of the Tarrant County Black Historical and Genealogical Society, including Brenda Sanders Wise, the Executive Director, Jimmy Walker, the Chair of the Board, Vernon Evans, Heather Guidry, Sarah Walker, Sheila Barnett, and Deborah Lewis. If you would all join me at the podium, I would be so appreciative. I might add that the Commissioners Court has funded, in part, the Tarrant County Black Historical and Genealogical Society for all of my service on
Got to flash 3 times or you can't leave. Sucker isn't flashing today, is it?
I did once. I still have the stars in my eyes.
Welcome.
Thank you. And thank you, Judge Whitley, commissioners,
Yes.
for this awesome proclamation. Commissioner Brooks, just want to thank you for the recognition and honoring us for 45 years of service to this community. You know, you spoke about Lenore Rollins in 1977, and she had the vision to start an African American museum so to educate the community so that we could preserve the history and legacy of men and women who made that contribution to our society. And we also have one of the 21st board members is a lady that I'm sure that all of you know is Miss Opal Lee. She was one of the founding board members, the mother of Juneteenth. This Saturday, we will celebrate that 45th anniversary with a banquet at the Kempton Hotel, and we are honoring several women because of Women's History Month. And one of our honorees will be our own Executive Director, Brenda Sanders-Wise.
Okay.
So again, we say thank you for this awesome opportunity to come and be recognized for our service. And Judge Whitley, I just want to thank you for the service you have rendered in the Tarrant County community, and I hope that your retirement is good to you as you've been to the citizens in these communities. Thank you.
Very much, sir.
I would just add that the aforementioned Brenda Sanders-Wise is a member of the Birdville ISD Board of Trustees.
Thank you very much for your service. Announcements.
I do have one announcement.
I'm surprised.
So tomorrow at 11 a.m., I am honored to be joined by an expert panel of women, or rather a panel of experts who serve our community either through direct patient care or research in the areas of public health, broader health, and specifically women's health. So our discussion will be focused on women's health. And joining me, again, tomorrow at 11 a.m., it's virtual, so via Zoom, is Amanda Arizola, who serves on our JPS Board of Managers, Dr. Giovanna Merriman with our own Public Health Department, Dr. Sarah Spain, who's the Chief of Psychology with the Department of Veterans Affairs here in Tarrant County, Dr. Karen Duncan, our CEO of our hospital district, Dr. Marcela Nava, who's with the UTA School of Social Work, and Dr. Jasmine Tiro, who's a professor and researcher with UT Southwestern. So I know that these issues of women's health, it's a very broad topic, but we are going to still take a deep dive into as many things as we can so that we can have a community discussion about what is working in our county to serve the healthcare needs of women, and then also perhaps what's not working. So please do join us. You can register up until 5 p.m. today. There's information on our county website as well as on our social media channels. That is tomorrow, March 23rd at 11 a.m. That's it.
Okay. I would like to ask that we close court today in memory of John Roach. He passed away this past week, and he was really a pillar in the community. Former CEO of Radio Shack, Tandy, former chairman of the TCU board, very instrumental in Warren Buffett's acquisition of companies within Tarrant County, not only TTI, Acme Brick, Justin, BNSF Railroad, and I'm leaving one out. Mauser Electronics. So we're going to miss John. I had an opportunity recently to hear him talk about his days in Fort Worth and the people that he's had an opportunity to encounter. And he mentioned Charles Tandy, he mentioned Bill Gates, he mentioned certainly Warren Buffett and many other folks. And we're going to miss John. So I'd ask that we close today in his memory. Any other announcements at this time? Court members, you have before you the consent agenda.
Move for approval.
Second.
We have motion second to approve the consent agenda. Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. We do have public hearings today, a couple of public hearings today. Come on down.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners.
Good morning, Joe.
Like you mentioned, we have two public hearings for you this morning. The first of which is to approve the installation of speed limit signs on Pyramid Boulevard from Jenkins Drive to Ferris Way. Our department did conduct a speed study at this location in conjunction with the site visit, and I went to look at the physical characteristics of that roadway. Based on the data we collected, we do recommend posting a 40-mile-per-hour speed limit, or to approve the installation of the 40-mile-per-hour speed limit sign at this location. And this is located in Precinct 1.
Okay, at this time, I'll open the public hearing and ask if there's anyone here wishing to speak to this matter. Seeing none, then I'll close the public hearing and ask the court for any action it'd like to take at this time.
I've got a question. Pyramid Acres is a small, contained community, and a 40-mile-an-hour speed limit down the middle of it seems a bit high to me. Why 40 instead of 30?
So when we put out the traffic counters at this location, the 85th percentile of speed, which is typically what we look at for setting a speed limit, that actually came back at 48 miles per hour. And so then we then look at the average or the majority of traffic and the pace they're traveling, and that was 37 to 47 miles per hour. And so since the 85th percentile was a little higher and that pace ranged from 37 to 47, like you, I agreed that I don't want to set it too low that everyone's always speeding, but on the opposite side, I don't want to set it too high at 48. So that's why I came to 40 miles per hour on that recommendation. And this is right at the, Commissioner, this is right at the entrance, right off 377. It's kind of a pretty long straightaway from that point down to Ferris Way. And so this is just based off the data we collected.
Let me ask a question, I guess. On that road from 377 down to Ferris, what are the structures on that road?
There's a few commercial facilities on the west side of the roadway. There's not many structures on the east side currently.
What's it zoned?
No zoning out
It's
in the county, in the
unincorporated
ETJ.
area. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yes,
And these structures you're talking about are on 377, right?
I'm actually talking about off of Pyramid Boulevard on the west side, so a little bit further south of 377, where this speed limit would be in effect.
And the community is primarily residential. There are a few commercial uses, but it's primarily residential.
Yes, sir.
What would the speed limit be once you get into the residential areas?
I'm not sure that any of those are currently posted, but typically you get down to the 30 miles per hour or even 20 miles per hour in a residence district.
So is that something where it could be 40 up into a certain point, Commissioner, and then as it moves into the residential, we have them look at bringing back a recommendation on, once you move into the residentials, bringing that down to 30 or to 20?
I could accept that, yeah.
So this public hearing is one where the speed limit would be between, from Jenkins Drive to Ferris Way, so it's
Correct.
that entryway before you get into the residential piece.
All right, I'll move approval.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. I like the idea, and I hope that you will go out and potentially look at coming back with something inside the residential. I remember at the RTC, we did a similar speed study along 45. And it was gonna be 75 all the way along, except that there was a couple of places where we were gonna put it at 65. And we asked the question, and they came back with exactly the answer you came back at. And the places they were gonna put it were Fairfield and Buffalo, which is exactly where we knew, and everybody in the state knows, are speed traps. So the reason that the speed was so much lower was because everybody slowed down for the speed trap, not because they were slowing down because of any traffic on the road. So that's something to kind of keep in mind as we look at that, and as you look at certain areas. Certainly that's not the case in this particular one. But when you mentioned your little thing and doing 85%, that immediately brought that back to mind and there were similar ones on 35 and a couple of other roads that most people who drive them frequently know that that'd be the time to slow down. Okay,
So
we have
this particular one is from where to where?
This is from Jenkins Drive, the intersection of Jenkins Drive and Pyramid Boulevard, down to the intersection of Ferris Way and Pyramid Boulevard. So it's basically that stretch just south of 377 before you get down into the heavy residential area. I mean, there's a few houses in the area, but.
All right.
we have a motion and a second. Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously, but I think you hear that we would like for you to come back with another public hearing pretty quickly on the residential area.
Of course.
Well, he's not done.
Yeah, there's a second one.
Okay, well,
It's also in Pyramid Acres.
moving on to item B.
So our second public hearing is just a few hundred feet to the east of Pyramid Boulevard to approve the installation of speed limit signs on Gebron Drive from these same two intersections of Jenkins Drive down to Ferris Way. We did the same exact process here, conducted the speed study, and the data came back very similar as what we saw on Pyramid Boulevard. That 85th percentile speed was actually 47 miles per hour, and about 60% of the vehicles that were measured in that 24-hour period were traveling between 34 and 44 miles per hour. So I actually came up with the exact same recommendation for Gebron of approving the installation of 40-mile-per-hour speed limits for that same Jenkins Drive to Ferris Way. So I'll be happy to answer any questions on that.
This time I'll open the public hearing and ask if there's anyone here wishing to speak to this matter. There appearing to be none, then we will close the public hearing. Commissioner Brooks.
I'll move approval, but I'm not at all comfortable with this.
Okay.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. We'll go ahead and go forward, but you need to do some more work pretty quick and bring everything back to get into the residential.
I understand.
Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Members of the court, we can now go to the briefing agenda and go to item B. This concerns a tax abatement for the Arlington Commons development. Ms. South is here to address the court at this time.
Good morning.
Morning, Megan, how are you?
I'm good.
Megan?
Speak loud.
Okay. So Bob Kimball, or Robert Kimball, with Nehemiah Company is in the process of redeveloping approximately 23 acres along East Lamar Boulevard between Rolling Hills Country Club and Lincoln Drive. The project includes the demolition and redevelopment of multiple substandard former apartment complexes and redevelopment of the area with a multi-phase mixed-use project that in total provides for an estimated 1,421 new high-end apartment units. The first phase of this development was approved for tax abatement by the county in 2015, and it brought 353 new units online, and that 10-year tax abatement for Phase 1A began in 2019. The second phase, Phase 1C, was approved in 2018 and recently completed at the end of 2021, bringing online an additional 358 high-end units, a parking structure, and other amenities. And this abatement began this year, January of this year. So the developer is now prepared to move forward with the last 3 phases of this project and is requesting county assistance at the same as the previous 2 phases, which was a maximum of 70% from the county and 50% from the hospital district for each phase. The next scheduled phase is 1D, which would provide for rent townhomes containing 36 apartment units and would commence in the second quarter of 2022. Phase 2 would follow and provide for 374 units and structured parking and would commence in the third quarter of 2022. And then last, Phase 1B will complete the Arlington Commons project and is expected to commence in the first quarter of 2025 and add 300 units with other amenities. Mr. Kimball is here to provide an update on Phase 1A and 1C and the proposal for the last 3 phases moving forward. So I'm going to go ahead and let Bob take over.
Thank you.
Welcome, Bob.
Morning.
It's been a while.
It has.
Judge,
Good to see you.
Court, good to see you guys. Robert Kimball, 1301 Blue Lake Boulevard, Arlington, Texas. We are the Nehemiah Company. We're really grateful for the partnership with this court over the last 15 years. Our mission of our company is creating value to restore hope by knowing Him and making Him known. The image you see is a recent image from Meridian, one of the restoration of a burned up floodplain that you guys helped us with. We're super proud of this. Arlington Commons was another effort where the city of Arlington came and asked us if we could help restore an area that was in significant decline and to do it in a way that respected the citizens that lived there. And so that's what we did in partnership with various agencies to help people find housing, to rebuild housing that was burned up. And the study results have been great from a financial perspective, but I think also on the human level. Just the quality of life that people have walking along the street. The reduction in crime has been significant. The number of police calls in this area were almost 400 to these complexes a year. Texas Health Resources corporate headquarters is here. The amount of crime that was going on in the parking lot has also dropped significantly. The school district, Rockmore, was the worst elementary school performing in the district. It's been converted to an arts magnet school. They built another elementary school, and both of those now are performing at a very high level. So by creating some balance, both in the neighborhood and the schools, all the kids are getting a much better result. So we're really super proud of that. These are some images of where we started back in the day. These were some of them in foreclosure with government agencies that had agency debt on them. And so we were able to take care of that. This is just early images of where we were on taxable value per acre. And one of the most amazing things is these are 2020 values. Phase 1 now would be close to 18 million an acre in taxable value, based on just the growth we've seen in the last few years. When we started out at the various tax rolls, you just see the benefit to all the different stakeholders. Even with the abatements, the inflows in the restoration of these neighborhoods, how there's more investment from individuals as well. So in 2021, we were at 102 million. Now, with the completion of these last 3 phases, and with the growth we've seen in the market, by the time we're complete, we'll be close to 380 million in value. All of this land and apartments were on the tax rolls at about $9 million when the city came to us and asked for help, not to mention the impacts on the surrounding neighborhoods and the schools. So I think this type of public-private partnership should always be used judiciously, but in this effect, I think it's hard to find a stakeholder that hasn't benefited from it. There's an arts magnet school, so we found an artist from Arlington who graduated from one of the Arlington schools who's a muralist, and he painted this beautiful mural next to the art school, and there's an area at the bottom where the kids will have a contest every year and they'll get to repaint a section of the garage. So this is just a fun little fact that we found along the way that allows the school to interact with what we're doing. The park in the middle is still being built. This was before and after images of the school. The school has an outdoor performing arts center, and it's just talk about restoration of hope. And we were most excited, I think, about what's happening with the schools. The median, the city invested over $2.1 million in the median. We'll finish construction on that median park this next year. So that'll extend from Cooper all the way to Center Street. The AISD in Arlington and Texas Health are both headquartered there. We'll also be opening up the Nehemiah Coffee Company. So we're going to open a community restaurant that will have co-working space. And my wife, Carrie, who some of you know, will be hosting the Nehemiah Coffee Company. So we're super excited about having a neighborhood, family-owned restaurant to serve the residents in really all of North Arlington. This is an image of the Nehemiah Coffee Company. It'll have 3 outdoor patios. We wanted to deliver on a commercial neighborhood place to gather, and it's a tough spot when it's not on Collins. Most of the activity wants to be there, so we found something we think will work. We open in May. Hopefully you will come.
I think it'll work.
I think it'll work too.
Yeah.
The last phases that are before you are up here, what is called Future Phase 2, Phase 1B in the Panhandle. Future Phase 2 in this exhibit in the Panhandle will start construction this year. The equity's been raised, which is great. And then as soon as we get through the initial construction on Phase 2, we'll start 1B. It's all part of the same equity stack, so that's good. These are some images of the Panhandle piece that's right across from the school. So when you come through the school parking and drop your kids off, this is what you'll see. Because of the support we've been given over the years, we formed the Nehemiah Builds Foundation. We now have a nonprofit sailing center in Veridian, and we have youth that are sailing all over the state now, and it's quite remarkable. This is a public facility. Anybody can join. So if you want to learn how to sail, come join the Veridian Sailing Center. We started our after-school ministry. Isaac Washington runs that. We hired him. He is an educator of educators, and he agreed to come and work with our kids. Tilly Bergen at Mission Arlington provided a space at Bob Bergen's church, and we remodeled it. And we're now having our after-school program, and we've received some grant funding to get more vans, and so we're going to add more kids. And then our wrestling program went from the Bad News Bears to state champs. So at times we've had as many as 60 young people, and they have a full-time life coach. This is their van, and they're doing amazing things. They're now in the high schools in the area. All of this is frankly an outgrowth of the work that we've done with this court and with the city of Arlington. And we're up to 50 employees now. We started with 4 when we started with you guys. So a lot of really good jobs have been created from all this effort. And we'll have 15,000 people living in Veridian, and not to mention what's going on at Arlington Commons. There's been church plants, and I never, I always knew how important community was, but I never knew how important it would be until my wife had a brain aneurysm. And we have been surrounded by prayer and love from so many in Veridian and in Arlington. But for the work this court did and the city and the team that we have, Veridian wouldn't exist. And when we went down and went through this season, I don't know if we would exist. I certainly don't know if Carrie would exist. My wife's here today, she's wearing the jacket she wore an hour before she had her aneurysm. You okay? You can see what we went through when we got airlifted back from Utah. An investor in one of our projects flew a plane to pick us up and brought us home. And we didn't know if Carrie would eat, breathe, or walk again without assistance. And we went on the River Legacy Trails, and we bought a handicapped tandem, and look at her now. That last picture was at the church plant pastor got remarried, and there's Mama Bear dancing in the middle of a big circle. So we've come a long way, and I'm going to stop there and say thank you. My point in sharing our very personal story with you is that when we build communities, it matters. There's the numbers are nice, but what we're doing in creating environments for people to raise their families and grow and heal in through very difficult times is the most important work we collectively do together, and I couldn't do it without you. And I'm so incredibly grateful, both professionally and personally, and Judge, we're going to miss you. We're going to miss you. Thank you. That ends my remarks. If any questions.
Well, I would not be so confident about the success of this venture if it was any other developer than Robert Kimball and the Nehemiah Corporation.
Thank you.
I've got no doubts that you will do what you say you will do, that you will do it in a quality way, and that the community will benefit in ways beyond the economic. So I'm in favor of going forward with this, and I would second your motion, Commissioner Allen.
I don't know that we're taking any formal action, but
We can't, we got new laws that say we can't do anything until
Yeah.
we wait 30 days.
Correct. So we'll bring
But
back,
appreciate
we
that
will
support.
bring back it'll be three separate agreements for each phase of the project after we post our 30-day notice and move right along.
very good.
One further question, Bob.
Yes, sir, Commissioner.
How are we coming in Crowley?
We will have models up by the end of the year. Those lots are under development. We're dreaming about what the open space will look like. And we can't wait to show you our next new community. So,
I can't wait.
very excited. Thank you.
Don't leave yet.
Okay.
I grew up in Grand Prairie, and I knew darn good and well if we got any rain, we didn't go through the bottoms. And a lot of people tried to make that area work, and you succeeded in making it work. And I truly believe that the Lord is with you in everything that you do. You did it at Meridian, and you always have a heart for everybody in the community. And I know that everybody in the community will be affected by the impact that your developments have on that particular area. Carrie, it is so good to see you here today. Bob, you continued through what I know was an extremely tough period, and you were doing everything you needed to be doing to help Carrie get back on the road. And that kind of devotion is the same kind of devotion we've seen in every project that you have brought to this court. And I will tell you that I would never have any questions whatsoever. You may bring a project one of these days that doesn't work, but I'll guarantee you the people that you impacted while you were working on that project will always be the better for it. And I can't tell you how much I have appreciated the job and the work that you've done for Tarrant County for as long as I've been here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We're very grateful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Thank you, Carrie.
Thank you all.
So now we're going to go into the other briefing item. This is the current and emerging health issues. Mr. Tenasia is here to address the court at this time.
Good morning, Your Honor, members of the court.
Morning.
I'm back with an update on COVID. I'll come bearing good news. We're still continuing to go down. All our indicators are pointing very low at this point. So I'm going to show you two slides today. One highlighting the current indicators that we use, and it's showing that we're at moderate community spread level. And that's the indicators we've been following for the last quite a while, over a year. But then the next slide is going to show you the new metrics that CDC's recommended, and our team's ready to update the dashboard with those. But one quick highlight, there's a big red arrow there on the blue line there. That's the influenza-like illness. As you all know, we've been sort of peaking. We have started to see a decline in influenza-like illness, and also that data is sort of supported by our positivity rate. Week over week, we were increasing in percentage on positivity rate. We went from like 13% to 15, 15 to 19. Now we're 19 to 20. But when you look at it combined, I think we've reached the peak, and hopefully next couple of weeks will be a sharp decline. That's our hope. Season, of course, impacts how flu operates, and we're heading into warmer season. So hopefully everything kind of lines up. But those who have flu-like illness, get tested for COVID and flu both. They're still out there. And then if you get positive for the flu, get on oral antivirals right away. That's the key message. So next slide. So this is the best news ever in the pandemic. We are at a community level of low for COVID. There's just a slight difference, community spread versus community level. There's just 3 tiers, high, medium, low. And the big difference is that the healthcare industry is still following the community spread. That's the CDC recommendation. So they're going to keep their masks and all those things on in a healthcare setting. But in a general community setting, it's your choice. If you have a family member that can't get vaccinated, like a young child, they're not eligible, or somebody has underlying health conditions or seriously ill, sure, continue to wear a mask. But others, feel free at this time, as long as we're at a low level. We don't need to wear a mask. It's your choice at this point. The changes to the dashboard that we're planning on publishing this week at some point, I think by Friday, hopefully. One, we've got a selector on the data, 2020 versus 21-22. It's just a lot of data was kind of hard to see on the dashboard. It gets crunched up. So you can select the years. You can select both if you want to look at the whole big picture, but you can zoom in on a certain level. And then the indicators that are changing is, instead of just using positivity rate and case rates and all that, they've come up with a case rate of 200 per 100,000. So that's sort of the threshold. Above 200 is a high, below 200 is good. And then they've come up with new admissions in the hospitals, a 7-day sort of total over the the last week. What CDC was recommending is health service areas, which we typically don't use here. It's a 5-county region for us. We've got a line there showing that in the red. And the reason we indicated that is they ride on top of each other. There's not much of a difference. But just in case somebody is a purist and wants to look at what CDC recommended, we have that represented there. But what we're going to be following is the blue line, the Tarrant County line, indicating local data, because we're large enough to have sort of our own bubble, if you will, within Tarrant County. So we're going to follow that. And there's threshold levels indicated there based on how many new admissions are happening over the last 7-day period. And then the chart to the right on the bottom is also, it has a threshold. It is the occupancy with COVID for totally occupied beds within your hospitals. So it's a percentage base. So those 3 indicators, they dictate the levels of community, high, medium, or medium, and low. And then the last chart that we've left up there is sort of a leading indicator. CDC does say communities can use that as an additional metric if they want to. To us, the COVID-like illness, tells us sort of what's coming. So we are not going to use that in terms of generating the levels, but we're going to keep that chart there just to kind of see what's coming. So that's all I have. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, I do have a question for you, Vinny. So for, you said the CDC uses the HSA or the health service area 5-county region. So what are they considering to be our HSA?
It's a 5-county region. I think it's Tarrant, Johnson, Parker, and a couple others. I forget. The team has it all figured out. The reason we hesitated and the reason they're using is a lot of communities don't have a local hospital.
Sure.
So to give them a metric that they can follow, it's based on how people seek health care.
Okay.
So some rural communities may have a county like ours next door and people just go there for their hospitals. I understand they're trying to get national metrics so everybody can use them, but we're large enough. I mean, our size, we're as big as some states. So I think we're okay following just our indicators.
Okay, so then roughly could consider it Tarrant and South and West, but it doesn't include Dallas County?
No, they have
and the
their own
eastern
health
counties.
service area. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Okay, understood.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
One of my favorite little factoids is that the population of Tarrant County is larger than the population of the state of Nebraska.
I didn't know that. Did you know that?
No.
Thank you, Commissioner Brooks.
But I know that there's more hogs in Iowa than there is.
Okie dokie.
So are we
We
ready to
both
proceed?
learned different things when we were NACO president. I was in Iowa when I was told that there's more pigs than there are in Tarrant, Dallas, and probably a couple of other counties put together.
We're here all day, folks.
That's our food for thought.
Okay, very good.
I put it on there, fact for the day.
So we're going to go now to the administrator section. I will be doing the first 4, and Ms. Cameron will be doing items 5 and 6. So on item 1, this is the weekly update that we provide the court as it relates to the Tarrant County COVID recovery report. We're going to ask that you receive and file that document.
Move to receive and file.
Second.
We have a motion second to receive and file. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
So on item number 2, this is also a standing item that concerns 2 particular issues. It deals with actions that you're going to see on court today also. If there an indication if there's any changes in the FRF fund, which was recommended and approved by court on March 22nd. First of all, there are no changes to the fiscal recovery fund budget. And second of all, there are 6 items that we're going to be dealing with today on Commissioners Court. They are a part of Attachment A. We're not asking you to approve this at this time, but what we're asking you to do is to receive and file this. The court will have discretion as far as moving forward these projects when we get to them on the agenda. So we're requesting to receive and file.
Move to receive and file.
Second.
We have a motion second to receive and file. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
So on item number 3, this is a discussion and actions as relates to the issuance of debt from our 2021 county bond program. You might remember that the voters approved $400 million as it relates to transportation. Over the last 2 court meetings prior to this, we have been talking about this particular issue. Last week, Laura Alexander from Hilltop was here and made a presentation. You had asked her to come back today as it relates to maybe some different scenarios that you all might be interested in looking at. Our goal today is that once you have seen that and heard Ms. Alexander's presentation, that you give direction to staff so that we can move forward with this. So with that, I will ask Ms. Alexander to come forward at this time.
Good morning.
Good morning, Laura.
Morning.
All right, we'll make this quick and hopefully get your questions answered. So slide 1 is just a recap of your current debt, maybe for the benefit of the group and the audience more than you. Slide 2, because there's been a lot of movement in the interest rate market lately with the Fed meeting, I wanted to give you an update on the refinancing opportunities. And so I updated the refunding, the 2 refundings we've been talking about, the 2013s as a reminder and the 2015s that are callable in 2023 and 2025 respectively. And as a reminder, the further out that call date is, generally the less savings there's going to be realized today. Also, as a reminder, once you refinance these bonds, you essentially don't get to do it again for various reasons. So it's sort of one bite at the apple. So here in the green is actually the 10-year Treasury rate, which is a decent proxy for the refunding borrowing cost. And I just wanted to highlight the volatility there, obviously with the Russian invasion of Ukraine and all the concerns about inflation. Rates have been up and down quite a bit, particularly up lately. So since I posted this yesterday, midday, the 10-year Treasury was at the 2.24% there on the right. This morning, as I left the office, it was at 2.38%. So rates have gone up considerably since then. You know, it's hard to know if the Russian invasion of Ukraine were to calm down, how much that would impact the interest rate market. How much of what we're seeing is really related to that and the uncertainty around that versus inflation concerns. I mean, I think it's both right now, but it's hard to know if one of them got addressed. You know, would that create a little bit more stability? Certainly, we're hoping so. And the Treasury market is a lot more volatile than the tax-exempt muni market. We are certainly trending up on that side of the market as well, but it doesn't have near this kind of day-to-day movement because it's just a much smaller market and a little more sticky. So for comparison purposes, on the left at the bottom is the refunding results I showed you last time, and then where they were, where they currently sit. So you can see savings are starting to sort of move away. I think the takeaway really from my perspective is that I still think the 2013s probably make sense to do when we get to do the transportation bonds. The 2015s, I think, I would still sort of put on the back burner. We can certainly ramp that up easily if the market improves. And my thought there is, like I said, you only get one bite at the apple. I think there'll be more savings to be able to realize if you wait and do it as a tax-exempt refunding in 2025. And in fact, the break-even judge, you might find this interesting. If tax-exempt rates, so if we wait and can do it tax-exempt instead of taxable, so we get the benefit of the lower rates, that rates could go up about 130 basis points from today to 2025, and you would be indifferent as to these savings that I'm showing you and that.
And I would just say, if anybody guess.
Yes.
But in December, we were talking about $6 million in present value, and today we're talking about 3.4. And I wish this court had had an opportunity to discuss that in December, and am not happy that basically somebody else is making the decision without even bringing it to us. Now, we had that conversation a little bit last week.
Yes, sir.
But we've lost the opportunity. Had we done this back in December to do the refunding, we would have been talking about present value savings of around $6 million. And today, we're talking about present value savings of about 3.4. And I hear you saying, well, let's wait. When I hear the Fed saying, we're raising the interest rates a quarter of a point every month for the next 6 months, after we did it last week for the first time. And so, yeah, we can wait. But every time they raise that interest rate, my guess is our present value savings are going to go down.
I hear you.
And I would have liked to have had that opportunity to have discussed that back when the Fed mentioned that they were going to start raising interest rates. And we had to bring that up. So, it's up. I'm still, I don't know whether I'm of the opinion that we go forward now, but I just know the fact that we've seen 2.6 million evaporate since December, and we didn't have our first discussion about this till last week.
Judge,
I don't see the market getting any better.
I don't either.
Between now and the end of the year, probably. The Ukraine is going to continue to be a drag on the economy. Inflation is going to continue to be a drag. If we've got savings that we can capture, I think we ought to capture them now.
And I'm not sure we need to wait. I mean, tell me what the advantage is to waiting until we do our public, till we go out and put debt out. How much, what do we save?
It's, well, there's some efficiency in doing them at the same time. A little,
How much?
Some cost efficiency.
See, that's something we gotta know.
$100,000 maybe, and just ballpark, order of
Well,
magnitude wise.
So again, we could have done the refunding at any point in time along the trail. We couldn't have done the issuance.
Yes, sir. Judge,
And so if all it would have cost us was the next 100,000, okay, now we're, instead of looking at 3.6 that went away, we're only looking at 3.5 that went away.
one of the circumstances that has changed since December is that reallocating the tax rate is on the table, and those refundings are really important to being able to maximize your borrowing capacity and hold the tax rate. And I understand that things have changed. I wasn't aware of that change, that perspective wasn't still, targeting that debt service tax rate wasn't so important. So keeping your powder dry was a critical piece to being able to accelerate this bond program as much as possible. I hear you about the market moving away, and I don't know what else to say except for there were circumstances that were different then than they are now. I will say, as far as moving forward, my recommendation would be let's tee it up. Like, so it's easy to add the 2015s in if the market works, or things are more favorable, and if it can be a game day decision even when we get to the market on the 2015s whether you want to include them or not.
Well, and I'm just saying we need to have more frequent conversations about this and not just do it once a year or once every 3 or 4 years or once whenever we think we're gonna issue new debt.
Happy to have those conversations.
So I do have questions, but Laura, I want to allow you the opportunity to finish your presentation, if you could do that.
Any more questions on the refinancing before we jump to the request?
Not right now.
Okay.
Not from me.
The request that you guys asked of me last week was to come back with a 25-year amortization using reallocating half of a cent of the tax rate over to the debt service side. This chart is a summary of what I had presented previously, holding the debt tax rate the same, and then you'll see two new scenarios at the bottom. You asked for the last one, the one that's the 0.02 cents, essentially, and the 6.5% assessed value growth assumptions, and that yields about $344 million in capacity. Because that number was so large, and I'm not sure if you can commit to spending it within 3 years, which is what the IRS requires. I ran just for a ballpark, just again to give you a flavor for order of magnitude. If you reallocated a quarter of a cent to the debt service side, your capacity would be about $237 million.
And I think that, I agree with what you're saying there. We told the people in the $200 million allocation to the cities that they needed to be ready to spend that money in 3 years. And so that would make the assumption that we don't do any of the other two pots of money, the one that the court has and the one that the multi-jurisdictional has. I think we'll do some part of that, but I agree, I would not even want to begin to get near that 300 million mark. I could see us maybe looking at close to 200, maybe a little over 200.
Yeah.
But I don't see us, and so I think your point about the 1 3/4 or the 1.79 is I'm glad you did that. I appreciate you pulling back and going into that and hitting that mid-mark.
Sure.
Because that's very helpful from that standpoint.
That's it, into my presentation, Alex. I'm happy to answer more questions, or if Mr. Manius needs more direction, we need more direction.
Commissioner, what did you have?
Yeah, so I had emailed, I'd received an email, I think it was yesterday or maybe Friday, from Stifel, Nicholas and Company that had GK and you copied in. I wasn't really sure where to put that information, like how to put that in context. So is that anything that we need to be considering in this conversation right now?
So they would be a potential underwriter of the bonds.
Okay.
And the method of sale kind of depends. In the past, the county has done negotiated sales, so where you predetermine the underwriters, put together a syndicate, and we've used that also to get more MWBE participation. And that would be sort of the next conversation, is to have sort of who do you want to have help sell the bonds? When the county has just sold new money in the past, they've sold it competitively, which is a sealed bid process essentially, and so Stiefel would be able to compete in the sealed bid process if that were the way the county preferred to go.
Okay, very good.
We've had a number of firms that have contacted us as far as underwriting capability or want to be part of those teams. Normally, when we do underwriters, we normally choose maybe 2 or 3, maybe 4 different underwriters, and so we spread that particular piece out. But the underwriting comes after the determination of how much money you want to borrow. Once we get those documents, then we do the underwriting.
Sure. And I do understand the process, but obviously with this being my first bond on the court and walking step by step through what we've done historically versus what if anything that we're trying to do different. So I just want to make sure that I understand that moving forward. So I'm good. So we have decision points today, GK, or?
Yes, what we're going to be asking you to do today, and we can do the calculations on selling all of the debt. We could pull it up to the point of sale, actually, on the refinancing. But let me ask you all some questions, okay? First of all, to reallocate a quarter of a cent from M&O to INS, or interest and sinking fund, is that something that the court wants to do at this time? If you do, it would result in approximately the sale of $237 million.
That is something that I would like to see happen.
And will you repeat that? What are we reallocating?
Yes, we would be reallocating 1/4 of a cent from the maintenance and operation budget of the county to the interest and sinking fund, which is our debt service fund.
Yep.
And that would generate approximately $237 million.
Okay.
And this is a reallocation within the current tax rate.
That's correct.
It is not a raising of any tax rate.
And that quarter of a cent would represent somewhere in the neighborhood of $6 to $7 million.
5 to 6, 6 to 7, somewhere in that area.
Okay. And I hear the questions. In my mind, it might mean that we wait till the first meeting in April, but I would like to get some sense from the cities in the 200 million range. How much, do they think they're ready, shovel ready at this point in time? I know that we implied to many of them that we wanted them shovel ready within 3 years, but did they really mean it?
So, Your Honor, you had asked that same question last time.
Have we done that?
And we had said that we had already we had contacted all of those, and we'll be more than happy to give you that spreadsheet. It was stretched out. Most of them thought that in '22 they could begin the planning process, but the construction process went out a little bit farther, and there were some that may take a little bit longer because of the size and the complexity of the planning aspect of it. So the question is, will they be able to spend all $200 million in 3 years? We would have that committed, but the actual expenditure, probably not all of it.
Do we know what percentage might be?
I don't have that information. We'll be more than happy to provide that to the board members.
And then also just a reminder of when we were going through that whole process with the committee and the work that the transportation department did, what was our percentage of contingency that we had assumed? That would be helpful to know too. So while Randy's coming up, so GK, you were starting to lay out the decision points. Can I get all of those?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely. So if we maintain the current tax rate for the INS, we believe that we can sell approximately about $135 million. When we first started this discussion, we talked around 100 million to 110, 20, so that would get us there. But as the court went forward, you all talked about selling more debt. And so that's why we went to an additional 1/4 cent and then the 1/2 cent that the court requested last week. So the decision points then is to not do the transfer of monies from M&O to INS, and we can sell about 135 million. To do a transfer of about 0.25%, which is $5 to $6 million that we talked about. That would put us at the 200+ mark. That would guarantee all the funding for the 33 projects, 33 projects that we had. Plus, it would give you all some flexibility to move into the multi-agency, multi-jurisdictional and regional aspects. And then it would also give you some flexibility on your discretionary funds. If that is something that you're comfortable with, we can begin that process. If you want to go to a larger number, then there is that one final option that would move it to 344 million, and that would be a transfer of a half cent. I would really suggest that we might stay away from the half, and if we want to focus on increasing it from 135, then I would suggest the court focus on the 4%.
What are the consequences of not spending it within whatever dollars we don't spend within 3 years?
That's a good question. So it's a reasonableness certification representation that really you make on the front end, and that at the end of the 3 years, if you haven't spent it all, you owe rebate to the IRS if you ever earn more than your borrowing cost anyway, essentially. But if you haven't spent it within 3 years, you actually have to yield restrict the bond proceeds, which means you can't even invest in securities that are higher than the borrowing cost. So rather than paying rebate, you can't even earn positive spread.
What's the borrowing cost right now?
Just use 3% as a proxy. You're not right now. You can't
You're
earn
not
3%.
there.
You can't
No way
earn
in hell
3%.
you're
Right.
gonna find
I mean, in
something that
a
pays
year, again, with these quarter point movements, maybe that would come into play. But it's there's no black eye. There's no there's no real repercussion other than you have to proactively buy investments that don't exceed the borrowing cost.
It's our best effort approach.
Yeah, but it's.
I just hope we're able to buy it. I hope we could find something where we could earn anywhere near 2 3/4%.
Right. Agreed.
Okay.
Randy, what is contingency?
I believe you had asked about the contingency, Commissioner.
Yes.
If I recall from our discussions at that time, there were actually two elements, one having to do with the inflation rate, which we asked the cities to remove. And with regard to the contingency, I believe we had allowed the cities to provide to us whatever that contingency they felt was necessary for the project.
Okay.
And
So that's going to vary city to city or project by project? Yeah. Okay.
And with regard to just following up on the schedules, as Mr. Manius pointed out, we have the schedules in the spreadsheet, and it just, we ran into something similar in our 2006 bond program with the recession that we encountered that could have some impact on that, but based on what we know right now, that should fit in pretty nicely.
So did you have the answer, or did we, you said you'd have to look, or you didn't have the immediate answer on what percentage do we really think could be spent by mid-25?
I think we need to look a little closer at that. We have the table that we had developed.
50%, 10%, 90%?
I don't have
I
an
don't
answer
think the table showed that, but let us take a look at it.
Feels a little air mathy to me. I don't like that.
I'm sorry.
Said it feels a little air math to me. I don't like that.
Yeah,
So.
I don't have a good answer for that right
Okay.
now. But we can take a look.
And I guess that's in part my reason for not necessarily wanting to make that decision today.
Sure.
I feel very comfortable moving toward the 200, but if you come in next week and tell me, well, they're only going to spend 75 million, then I don't feel so comfortable about going 200 million. If you tell me they're going to get 150, then I think between the multi-jurisdictional and between our individual amounts that we can easily get over the 200, then I feel a whole lot more comfortable about that.
I think that.
But I'm assuming that how long is it going to take us to go to the market and be prepared to go to the market, and when's your last date of needing to know we want 200 million, or we want 225, or we want 175? What's the last, quickly do we need to tell you that?
So we could probably be in the market in about 6 weeks,
Okay.
roughly. Alex has set the interest rates, and ideally we would know 10 days before that, but it could be, if it's a negotiated sale, we even have a little more flexibility to pull back on that number the day before, for example.
I don't see, so what you're telling me, we're in the, almost the end of March right now, so you're looking at the first or second week of May that we would sell, and you need to know the exact amount probably by the end of April.
Yes.
And so what I'm saying is, let's not make a decision today. Let's plan on making a decision either the first or the second week of April. And that's after everybody can refine the numbers and we're not so maybe.
So I think one of the things we wanted, and yes, because the numbers you just kind of plug into the offering document. But we need to make sure we get a direction from the court that you want us to start to develop that offering document, because that is what the 6 weeks.
Definitely.
Yes.
Definitely.
Let's tee it up
We can
and
plug the numbers.
decide on the numbers by the second week in April.
Okay,
So if you need a motion from us to begin the process,
Yes, I would like to have that motion. Yes, I would like that. I would ask that you pass a motion which would allow or direct staff to begin the development of the offering document with the exact amount to be placed in there, in the amount that we're going to borrow to be determined at a later date.
So moved.
Second.
we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. With regards to the refunding, Commissioner Brooks, I have, I'm frustrated, as you can well tell.
Yeah, but we can't do anything about the past.
No.
All we can deal with is what's on the table now. And what's on the table now is gonna be a shrinking amount the longer we leave it on the table.
Okay, so let me ask a question, Laura. If we if we say to you today, begin the process for the refunding, you're telling us we could stop that process along the way if we could get to the end and maybe we've gone from 3.4 down to 2 point something. And we may say, okay, forget it, we're gonna wait. We're gonna ask y'all what reason you would encourage us to wait for.
Understood.
But was that a motion?
Yes, sir.
I'll be glad to second that motion.
What's the motion?
The motion is to begin the process toward refunding the 2013 and the 2015 bond issues.
Okay. Begin the process.
Begin the process.
Okay.
Yeah. And knowing that we can
Pull back on
stop it at any point in time up until the time that we do it.
Correct.
If the numbers just get to where it doesn't make sense, we can stop.
Yeah.
Well, so, and Laura, will you remind me, because I think you shared this last week, what that timeline would be, similar to the one that you just shared with the?
Yeah, essentially, I mean, I would suggest you do this on the same timeline. Essentially, you have one offering document that has
Okay.
2 series of bonds, and a taxable series and a tax exempt series. And we can just pull out the taxable or reduce the size, whatever we need to do, again, really on that same time frame with,
Very
about
good.
10 days notice before we sell ideally.
Okay, that sounds good. Okay.
You said one is taxable, one is non-taxable. I didn't realize that we were,
The refundings are all taxable, sorry.
I was fixing to say.
It's the
Okay.
transportation piece that's tax exempt, but we can
Right.
offer them in the
But
same
the refunding,
document.
we're not within the 90 days, so both of those are taxable.
Correct,
Okay.
correct.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. If we can now move to item number 4. We're going to ask the court to approve a service agreement between Tarrant County and Downtown Fort Worth Initiatives as it relates to the engagement of U3 advisors to conduct a needs assessment for Texas A&M University.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, Ms. Camarena is going to do items 5 and 6.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners.
Good morning, Chris.
Morning, Krista.
Staff is seeking approval of a subrecipient agreement with Catholic Charities Diocese of Fort Worth, Inc. for the Fleet Improvement Project as part of the county's Fiscal Recovery Funds program. The contract is for $697,000 for the purchase of 14 vehicles for their transportation program. This is a combination of both ADA accessible and non-accessible vehicles.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Item 6, we are seeking approval of a subrecipient agreement with Meals on Wheels, Inc. of Tarrant County for a facilities expansion project as part of the county's Fiscal Recovery Funds program. Meals on Wheels was here several months ago to brief the court on their current services and the increase in their client base based on the pandemic and also the increasing aging population in Tarrant County. The FRF funds in an amount of $9.86 million would be used for facility expansion. This would be new construction. And Meals on Wheels has committed to the operating funds to continue to serve that growing population base.
Move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Well, the only hesitancy I have about this is the guy that's wearing the A&M vest.
Yay. Hi, Jay.
We're glad to see that guy.
We're glad to see that guy. Appreciate it. Good to see you again, Jay.
No.
Good to see you. Thanks for being here today. Any further discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank y'all. Thank y'all for all the good work you've done, especially the help that you've given during the COVID pandemic and all the, I know the additional meals that y'all have given to so many in this community, so we appreciate you very much.
Great job.
Ms. Tidwell, I always say that, just hope she's over there. I can't see you.
I don't get to see y'all anymore, so I have to sit in the corner. We have two items we're asking the court to consider today. The first is to receive and file the auditor's report related to the registry of court accounts held by the county clerk as of September 30th, 2021.
Move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
And the other item is similar. It's the registry of the court accounts held by the district clerk as of September 30th, 2021, and the audit report related to that.
Move approval. Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. Ms. Wilson? I do have an audience participation form on this. Why don't we do that first? Yes.
We actually, I believe we actually have 3 of those.
Okay, I have 2, I believe, Brad and Lisa. Do you have another one that I'm missing?
We have 2, I'm sorry.
Okay, Lisa Muse. Uh-oh. No, we don't want her to get a ticket. What about Brad? Come on down, Brad. Thank you, sir.
Hey, how are y'all?
Good, how are you?
I actually thought that we were waiting to hear what the investigation with the DA's office. So I was gonna comment on that or listen to that or.
Okay, we'll let you, we'll allow you to speak after that, and then, since Lisa has gone out for the, meter, we'll go ahead and ask Ms. Wilson to go ahead and come up and speak at this time.
Let me go ahead and provide you all the remarks that you had requested.
We've got this. Yeah, there you go.
So as you remember, on March the 1st was the first time that we heard, or I believe that we heard from Amy Hale. And at that time, she stood here before you and gave a very compelling story about what she alleged was sexual abuse of her child and the inability of the family court system and the criminal justice system to address that. She had reported that in February of 2019, and actually it was investigated by the Crowley Police Department. And between February of 2019 and July of the following year, she called the police department 9 times and did 6 police reports. She made a complaint to CPS, and it was also included in her allegations in her family court proceeding. She was concerned that, and her complaint was that the family court was not addressing her issue about her allegations about the custodial spouse being abusive. She also gave very interesting, and I will tell you compelling, I was not here that day, but I had people from my office here, and they were horrified by the remarks that she made and the allegations that she asserted showed sexual assault of her child. I will tell you that we've investigated that, and that was not an accurate reflection of the medical examiner's report. And when the medical examiner did the examination of the evidence that she presented to Crowley Police Department, sent it to the medical examiner's office, the investigation was closed based on that report, and no case was ever filed with our office. So when you all, at the end of that meeting, you all said that you wanted our office to look into those allegations, and I think that you asked for one of your own staff people to also look into the allegations. And one of the things that she brought up was an organization called Little Voices, Big Outcries, and mentioned some other cases and other complainants who were dissatisfied with the way the family court system had handled their case and were dissatisfied with the criminal justice system and the allegations that they had made about sexual assault or abuse of some kind of their child. The Criminal District Attorney's Office takes allegations of abuse of children very, very seriously, and we always have. We are proud to prosecute people who have committed those crimes. And now, my job is to seek justice, and we don't prosecute people when there's no evidence. That's simply what I'm required by law to do. I have now looked at one of the cases that was, people that was brought up was Mr. Brad Lamb, who came up here just a little bit ago. And I'll tell you that we tried to get the names of the people involved in Little Voices, Big Outcries. It is a private Facebook page. And so we have the names of some of the people that were involved. And you will recall a couple of weeks after that first talk to you by by Amy Ladd. Did I say that right? That Mr. Van Way, Andy Van Way, came up here and spoke to you. And I will tell you that I myself met with him along with one of my investigators. And I asked my investigator, Steve Gropey, who's here, but he will not be speaking because we're not going into the details of our investigation in this forum. But I charged him with looking at every single one of these allegations and cases as if it were true. And my statement to him was, sometimes unlikely people make very true allegations, whatever the issue is. And so he has spent the last couple of weeks looking in detail at the original outcries, the original offense reports, the investigation done by the police, the investigation done by medical, and in most of these cases, nothing was ever submitted to our office because the investigators at the time and the medical professionals found no violations, no criminal law violations that would have come to our office. which means that it's in the family courts. Mr. Lamb in 2015 filed a lawsuit for sole managing custody of his child, and from 2015 to 2021, he and his were involved in over 28 police calls for service, generated 12 police reports. He originally started using, when he would call the police, using the name Justin Lamb, but he later started using the name Brad Lamb when calling the police. He did have a case that was filed with our office in 2019 for interference with child custody, a charge against him, which was no billed by the grand jury. And that's the end of the criminal law part, right? In December the 10th of 2018, he had a 5-day jury trial in family court regarding he and his wife in the custody of the children. The jury gave joint custody with the mother primary, the father to pay support, and the jury told him to pay the mother $42,000 in attorney's fees. You know, as we look at all of his pleadings that he's filed in family court, he's seen a lot of the different judges. I mean, they've got an active associate judge system over there. His case was actually filed with Judge Wells. On August the 1st of 2009, Judge Evans denied his request to recuse Judge Wells, so Judge Evans has been involved. He currently has an upcoming trial on June the 27th of 2022, and has a hearing on the mother's motion for summary judgment on April the 7th. So a little aside on both of these, Ms. Hale, I called her Lad, Ms. Hale, and Ms. Hale was back here last week, you recall that, and what she said she had just had a court hearing on Monday, March the 14th, and she was before you all on March the 15th, complaining that the family court refused to address her concerns. So up until that time, Ms. Hale had currently had 6 different lawyers, and she sued one of them, but all of them have stopped representing her. And at that hearing last week, she was representing herself. So she was a pro se litigant. The only reason that I know all that is because she had called the medical examiner's office to testify, and we represent the ME's office. I had a lawyer present just watching the proceedings, and she was unable to get evidence admitted because she was representing herself and didn't have the right, predicates for that information. There are rules of evidence in the court proceedings, right, that have to be followed by everyone. Also, Mr. Lamb currently represents himself pro se, and he's had 4 previous attorneys in his proceedings. Mr. Van Way had made 1 allegation of physical abuse, and he is on his 6th attorney, and she was with him when he came to talk to us. So those are, without going in, and I could go in with you the actual evidence that's alleged in each of these cases, and why our office, after a very careful review of all the evidence, does not see anything that causes us to be involved in criminal proceedings. Or here's what the real issue is. I had this slide made. There's 3 branches of government, right? 3 branches of government. You all are the executive branch. On a county level, you all are the executives. The legislature passes the laws. They're in Austin. That's what we all live and abide by, right? That's the oath I took, to enforce the laws. The judicial branch is where all our courts are, and that is not you all. While you're the commissioners, and I know I'm telling you what you know, right? It's not for you, it's for the world. While you all are called to court, you're not an appellate court. You don't have any say over what goes on in the courts. You provide the funding for the decisions that the judges make and for the requests that they have. But other than that, you stay as executives. You have allowed public comment on things that are not on the agenda and are things that are not within your purview as the executive branch. You don't have the authority to tell a family court judge what to do, even if you didn't agree with it. Even if you didn't agree with it. And what I can tell you is that now, having looked at all this, I can't tell you that their rulings were wrong. The only thing that seemed odd to me in looking at all of these cases is that every one of them, the judge was ordering exams, psychological exams, by a group called Brighter Possibilities. I think that's right. So, you know, if you tell me you want to look into that, because it's a lot of money, and when the judge orders one of those exams, the parties have to pay for it. I mean, we could go back and look at, because it seemed like in going through this, one of the concerns was that they were, and this group is a reconciliation counselor, and that may have just caused bigger problems. I don't know. But if you tell me you want me to look into that, that is not really a judicial decision, and I'll go gather data, you know, if you want me to. But you know, we've got courts. We have trial courts. And the thing that I think that is so difficult when we sit and listen to these compelling statements is that they are not tested by, they're not under oath, right? They're not under oath. And they're not tested by rules of evidence, which have existed for hundreds of years, so that hearsay is not admissible, so that if somebody says, well, the medical report says this, then the opposing counsel can say, well, here's the medical report, and it says differently. And we don't have any of that because this is not a judicial courtroom. This is a place where you all have allowed people to just generally come talk about things that are not on the agenda. That's your choice. If they have a complaint...
It's not our choice. It's what we're required by law to do.
We're going to talk more about that when we're giving you legal advice, if you don't mind.
Okay.
So if they have a complaint about the court or the court's proceedings, they can file appeals. That's how that works, right? Because if you've got a question about how the law is applied, that's appeals. Did it for 23 years. The judge, everything that a judge does in a trial court is subject to somebody else reading it, looking at it, and telling you whether you did wrong or not. If they've got a complaint about the judge's conduct, then there is the State Commission on Judicial Conduct. State Commission on Judicial Conduct. And that's who they need to be complaining to. So I guess that the sum of what I'm saying is that we looked at this to see if there's something that has been missed. And in the cases that we have reviewed, we do not see it. And more to the point, I would encourage them to seek resolution in another place. Either, you know, they had a jury trial. I don't know what the appeal was from that. I don't have it at hand. But, you know, either appeal an adverse ruling in a court or file something with the State Commission on Judicial Conduct. I respectfully tell you all that this is outside the ability of you to do anything about.
So what I hear you saying is even if there was misconduct, that is something they have to try to remedy through an appeal or through a file with the State Commission on jail standards, on judicial conduct.
Yes, sir.
And that we as a court would have no standing in which to do that.
Well, you could do it, but if you made a complaint to the State Commission on somebody else's behalf, it would be complete hearsay. I mean, what you're operating from is unsworn statements of people who feel aggrieved.
Okay. Any other questions from this one?
And I'll be happy to answer anything further if it arises.
Okay, now, I see that Lisa came back in, so I'm going to ask Lisa to come forward. Hope you didn't get a ticket.
No, I just, thank you. Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I had a speech prepared. Okay, but I'll just put that aside. So I heard funding. Funding is a huge issue, especially for nonprofit legal aid, which I qualify for. I continue to hear, and I've recorded their phone calls, that they have a lack of funding to help, even kids who have been molested. I have emails to show you that they will not protect my son who has been molested in the sexual abuse victims. I'm sorry, I'm a little angry right now, actually, to tell you the truth. I came offering peace, but, well, let's talk about hearsay. I have sworn oaths. First of all, I'm a child of God, so everything can be checked. There are plenty of affidavits in my court records. I noticed that my case wasn't brought up unless it was before I got here. Everything that I'm saying is true. I am the only parent that I know in the state of Texas that has an unredacted version of my child's sexual abuse police records, which prove CPS is lying. I did hand over those records. It shows complete corruption, and I believe the reason why parents don't get unredacted versions is because it would show the corruption, which is exactly what happened in my brother's double gunshot wound to the head suicide, who, by the way, I wasn't going to say this either, but now I'm going to. The guy who murdered my brother, his dad is a very big leader in Tarrant County, and many of you know him, and he has been covered for decades. And corruption has got to stop. I only have a minute left. Let's talk about the movie The Batman. Has anyone seen it? Now, I came here because God loves everyone, and he does not want anyone to perish. He wants people to repent. Unfortunately, about the movie The Batman, Gotham in this particular movie, the one that just came out, reflects so much of Tarrant County. Unfortunately, the truth is coming out, and it must come out for hearts to change and people to get saved. I do not hate anyone in here. People are not the problem. The system's the problem. Blackmail's the problem. Government funding, grants, money laundering, that's the problem. The love of money is the biggest problem here, but listen, these kids. I noticed on this piece of paper, it says fiscal impact. There's no fiscal impact associated with this item. I don't know how you get that determination, but when families are broken up and child sexual abuse and crime is covered up, everyone pays. Everybody pays an amount that cannot be measured. Thank you very much.
Ms. Muse? Ms. Muse?
I'm sorry,
It's okay, it's all right. Again, I think at least from our perspective, we hear this. Most days we're not able to respond. And I guess if anything, what we're trying to at least make known is the fact that we do not have any authority. Now, that doesn't mean the group cannot, or anybody can't come and make the comments, but we're also trying to say that we have no authority, and certainly we were not there through the process, and that's where the justice, what is it? The
Judicial branch.
Judicial Council. That.
But you have connections. So with your free will, you know people. I don't know what you know, but I do know everything I'm saying is true. I do know I'm not delusional. Brighter possibilities, by the way, the entire thing needs to be checked out. I have been in therapy ever since my brother was murdered. Thank you very much. My therapist personally believes that I am going to be here for change because she cannot believe what has happened to me has happened. So first of all, the psychological reports, they couldn't prove that I had a mental illness, probably because I don't. So then they ordered a second evaluation, which that lady refused to do it. I would have passed, even though I think it's ridiculous that you take a kid away based on hearsay. I'm sorry, I can't be calm right now because I know many of you know what I'm saying is true. I know many of you know this has happened for decades, probably centuries, and it has got to stop. It's got to stop. And I'm sorry, I cannot be calm right now because what I heard is injustice. And by the way, I'm also related to John Marshall, the 4th Chief Justice of the United States Supreme Court. A law repugnant of the Constitution is void, not voidable, but void. Family code is unconstitutional. If you read the preamble of the Constitution, it never had the authority to exist. I'm sorry, all of you know, you've got to know. If you don't know, please wake up and investigate it because this has got to stop. Societies are being destroyed because of all these lies, all the corruption. It's got to stop.
I appreciate you being here today. I would ask that you go through the Commission on Judicial Conduct because if you ask us to work behind the scenes or that's basically asking us to do the very thing which you're complaining that has happened in the past in some areas by some people.
I came here so that the public can see that this will be exposed, and also you are a judge. I can't go by law. I can't go to all these other judges and speak. I can go to you biblically. A woman got things done because she kept going to a judge. That is my motive here, and I do believe, again, maybe someone not even here, but they will see me, they will contact me, they will do the right thing.
I hope that I hope that you understand, and many folks that I meet, I spend a lot of time explaining to them that I'm not that kind of judge, that I have no judicial degree or no law degree, that for the state of Texas, when it started, decided they were going to call us a commissioner's court. In other places, they're called boards of supervisors or they're called council. But in Texas and in a few other jurisdictions, they call them commissioners' courts. And they decided to call the presiding officer a judge. And in Texas, out of 254 counties, there's probably not 30 attorneys in the bunch, and that may be 32 many.
But are you in charge of local rules?
No.
Is anyone in here in charge of local rules? Because
not as it pertains to the courts. That's the legislature. They set the laws that those judges are to follow.
But these laws are lawlessness.
Well, but that's something, again, that's something that you have to talk about with the state legislature. And many of the things that come before us, basically your state legislature and your federal government pass laws, and we're left in many instances to being the one that implements those laws. Not change them, not decide what we like about them or what we don't like about them, but that we're the ones in charge of doing it. We have 69 elected officials in Tarrant County, and at one time or another, every one of them have told me, except for myself telling myself, that the voters are the ones that elect me, not you. And as the state law basically gives us the ability to set a budget, to give that budget over to the elected official, and then let them do their thing. So besides setting the budget, we also have the authority over departments that are not headed up by elected officials. And so I think it's your belief is one that is common among probably 99% of the people who even know that the county exists. And I know you're frustrated by that, but please understand that there's times when we may be frustrated by it too, but it's still the law, and that's what we're charged to follow.
But it's not the law.
Well, ma'am,
the Constitution is the law of the land. Everybody knows that.
Okay, it's the law of what we as a commissioner's court are allowed to do in this state as set by the legislature.
Yes, sir. And the reason why I came here is because I do also believe what I saw in you at Chick-fil-A, eventually I believe your heart will be moved to do something that you do have authority to do as a person on this earth. I see that in you, Judge Whitley. I know people have their opinions, but I think that something will not rest in you because you know what I'm saying is true. And you have connections. And that doesn't mean you're going to do anything illegal. They would actually be doing legal by getting justice. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Brad Lamb.
Sorry, I do have some things that I want to talk to with Sharon Wilson, if I can speak to her. Quite a few things. It is good that you're not under oath, because those were straight lies that you just said about my case. So I've seen nobody but Judge Wells. Since 2015 to now, she follows me around and moves her whole books, so I don't see nobody but Judge Wells. I've also spent $600,000. That's the reason why I'm pro se. So we have done everything to try to protect my children. There's 108 pictures of abuse, horrific abuse. There are 2 different sexual assault outcries done by sexual assault nurses. Did you look into those? Did you call any of the supervisors? There's been 5. Did you call those? In fact, the very last supervised visit, my son had a black eye and said her mother killed a cat. And that was the last time I seen my kids. So most of the things that you just said up here are just absolute lies. And I don't think you looked into any of this at all. I don't think anybody could look into our case, because this is a very, very well documented case. In fact, I don't think you'll find a better documented case of sexual abuse or physical abuse. And last time I did not get to talk to you about the courts, family court services, broader possibilities, all these places, all these people that they put in place to have a roadblock so your son or your daughter never can be heard. What I didn't get to tell you, she did bring up my interference with child custody. And also, she said that I got to see Judge Evans, which is untrue. I was picked up by a fugitive task force the day before Judge Evans to see about recusing Judge Wells. They picked me up with a fugitive task force, the whole 9 yards, the battering ram, the riot shield, the helmets, the guards on their helmets, machine guns, parked in my neighbor's driveway, roadblocks set up, picked me up, put me on a 40-hour hold so I could not see Judge Evans. That's what happened. And they dropped the charges right afterwards. They also put a surveillance camera in my house for 7 months. How much money did that cost, Sharon Wilson? How much money would it cost to put a surveillance camera on a home from someone that's never had an allegation, no accusation, just a regular citizen trying to protect their child, and a surveillance camera is put on their home? And cops are set outside their house for hours at a time, some days 5 hours, sitting outside our home like they're visitors at our home. They talk to our neighbors, tell the neighbors I'm making threats. It's another thing I've heard that Sharon Wilson has said. One of the parents that did come for help, I heard that she's saying that I am making threats. There has never been a threat to any government official or lawyer or anyone at all. I say they belong in prison. They belong in prison. These are crimes. And you did bring the different branches up. Why is a sex crime being seen in a family court? Why is that? How is that not a crime? And I've had crimes against children unit tell me that there's no violence in the rape of a child. Like, how is there less violence in the rape of a child than a grown woman? How is that? How is that less violent? I would think it's a lot more violent. In fact, my son has taser marks on his back when he had a wooden spoon shoved up in him. That's a pretty violent rape, I would think. That is on a sexual assault nurse. In fact, did you look at any of the testimony from the sexual assault nurses or the supervisors or the teachers or anybody else? Sexual assault nurse saying she would never have allowed those children to go home with their mother ever in a million years. So how in the world are these not crimes, and how are these not being seen as crimes? And if it wasn't a criminal court and there were perjury, you can put us in jail. Just like when you were up here a while ago, and if you were under oath, you should be put in jail for perjury. So they have these people set up so that not only our kids are silenced, then they'll put you in jail and bring cops out to your house and keep them out at your house all day and tell people that they're making threats. They do everything they can to not only keep our children silenced, then they try to silence us. And the reason why most of these parents are scared to come forward is because of what they did to me. So they know very good and well what they'll do to you. They'll throw you in jail, they'll put a 48-hour hold on you, they'll make you miss court dates, and then they'll sit up here and say it's your fault. Say that we're doing something wrong. We have reached out to the sheriff's department, we reached out to everybody. That's why we're here. Like, we're not here thinking that you can do something. We're just trying to be heard. We're trying to find somebody that can help. Somebody's got to hear this that can help. We would think the DA's office would help, but they haven't even called me back. Neither has Russell. So we get help, and then they don't call us back. And then when they do come up here to try to help, it's all lies and nonsense.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Lane. You need,
May I?
you can, but I'm going to ask you that you fill out a sheet when you get through, because you are speaking, and I'm going to go ahead and allow you to speak. And then just please go back there, grab a sheet of paper, fill it out, and bring it back in.
Okay. Thank you.
Pull that speaker down just a little bit, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Again, massive amount of inaccuracies stated by Sharon Wilson today. And I would like to point out that there is evidence and why there's semen in a child's diaper and that goes to the family court system. Why is that not considered a crime? Why would a CPS case be closed in January when the evidence of that semen, of that test, not be back until February? How is that not right there? I've documented evidence that shows the CPS case was ruled out, closed, before the evidence was returned. How is that not corruption? How is that not a problem? How can anyone stand and say that that's okay to do a 2-year-old girl? Where do we go? Where do we go? That's all we want to know is where do we go? Is there a grand jury that we can go to?
I would, again, just as the Commission on Judicial Conduct would be a place to start. I'm not sure with regards to the ability to get to the grand jury without going through the criminal district attorney's office. Is that how do you?
It's absolutely possible. So all that you have to do is write a letter to the grand jury foreman, have it delivered to the grand jury of Tarrant County, which is at 401 West Belknap on the 2nd floor, and state for them why you're a credible person and what the allegations are that you want them to look into. The law allows any person to make a complaint to grand jury.
Okay. Could you give me something in writing, or would you write down that
I'm
information?
just going to answer your question. I am not here to give you legal advice. That is not part of what I'm allowed to do.
We will give you the address of the address to send the letter to.
I also want to state, I did not sue my attorney. She sued me over legal fees. So that's not true. I was sued. And this is horrific, and there is corruption. And thank you for hearing us.
Please, again, please fill out the form.
And I'll fill out the form. Thank you.
Do you wish to make any follow-up comments?
My final comment is simply that this is outside the purview of this organization.
Thank you. Moving on for the next item, elections. And we have a couple of people who have wished to comment specifically on the election item today, and then we have some general comments that will be coming up in a moment. So first, Hyder, come on down and...
Could we take a 5-minute break?
Yes, we're going to take, well, we just took a 5-minute break because our quorum just left.
Well, good.
So don't come up yet. I move that we receive and file the DA's discussion. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please. Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Your Honor, if I might make a note, because of the time today, we are going to reschedule the IT steering committee, so it will not be held today. We'll schedule it for some time in April.
Sounds good to me, I guess.
Okay.
Potter.
The last lady.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
We're coming today to ask the court to approve an order for a special election calling a constitutional amendment for May 7, 2022. This is a statewide order election by the legislature. It has already been ordered by the governor, but the county has to also do a formal order of an election.
Why do we need a special election for constitutional amendments? What's the urgency that this can't wait until November?
That would be a question for the legislature, sir, not me.
Well, a question that we may be able to answer is, what's it going to cost us not to wait till November?
About $700,000 on the first estimation we did.
$100,000.
$700,000.
$700,000.
Now, I guess this would be the next question that I would ask. We normally conduct municipal elections, school board elections on this date, and each one of them pay their fair share of the cost associated with that. Is there anything that precludes us from taking this $700,000 and still dividing it amongst everybody and us paying a little bit of it too?
That is my estimation of our share of what it's going to cost to do May, with their share already paid by the entities. But I'll get you a more refined number as we get closer to it. This is a county-wide election.
So, well, I understand that, but I thought I was under the impression that a countywide election costs somewhere in the neighborhood of $700,000. You're telling me it costs a whole lot more than that?
Yes, sir, about over $1 million, depending on a lot of factors. Number of locations, early voting usually is more expensive. And
we got to do it.
We have no choice. We have to do it.
So, do we have a motion?
No, you don't have a motion from me.
Well, if we don't have an option, I move approval.
Second.
We have a motion to second. Now, I have two items that say they're wanting to talk about item E1. So I'm going to call up Weston Martinez and then Mike Brewster. Is Weston here?
I'll be in the back.
Well, okay, thank you. Okay, I've called Weston now twice, and I do not see anyone standing and moving forward. Mike, come on down. I know you're here.
Weston, dude.
Okay, now, let's, we're not gonna do that. We're gonna let them speak, and we're gonna go forward there, but we're not gonna have clapping, and we're not gonna do that. So I appreciate very much you being here, but we're gonna go through it without you.
Numbers are further, Commissioner. Mr. Johnson, these packages that I've got, I'll have one emailed to you later. Okay. Actually, most of what I have to say today doesn't have, as my thing mentioned, doesn't pertain to that bill. Although, boy, that $700,000 for a fairly simple matter is pretty expensive, isn't it? But,
yeah,
in the course of my career, there's a lot of complicated things that I haven't understood. And that doesn't mean that I can't understand them. It just means I didn't understand. As I look at the election system, it's always very, very complicated. It almost looks like it's built to be obscure to me. As I've tried to get documents, and I've mentioned this before, we move through and it's very, very complicated. The reconciliation process, you've heard me talk about it before, and we discussed it a little bit yesterday. And I've got to tell you that I'm not very impressed with the reconciliation process. to the standards that I was held to in the industry, and things are a little bit different today. I mean, this is a post-WorldCom, Enron, mortgage industry breakdown, where we looked at things and said, no, things are fine, that really didn't look like they were fine beforehand, and let them run. And then when I get in business, because of Sarbanes-Oxley, those dynamics changed a good bit. My reconciliation procedures in business changed a lot. And what we're dealing with in the election system doesn't match what's happening in industry today, in my opinion. Now, one of the keys that I'd like to get to is I'd like to get documents. And there's been a problem with that. I am going to ask that this body take the most liberal position on that as they can, because we're a community. I mean, it's our information. If you want trust in the election, the items have to be available to us. Today, I am going to place requests for two classes of documents. The first one is the tapes, and this is a very dramatic way to go about this. This item came up because two women in the room came up with an issue when they were watching during this last election. And I've since found out it's an issue all over the state. It's one that I'm very concerned about, and it concerns the timing of the tape, acquisition of the tapes, particularly as they pertain to early voting. It's not a legal issue that it's something I'd ask the DA's Department or Sheriff's Office to look into, but it's important enough that I would like the county administration to look into it. Those tapes, in my view, and I think in the view of the public, should have been produced immediately upon closing the polls, certainly upon when they were done. I'm also going to request another version of another set of documents that's very important to us. And of course, I'm dealing with the legalities of that with Ms. Wilson. So that's where we have it today. I'm also going to add another agenda item that was suggested by a gentleman in the room. I'm not going to name him. I've never had a good idea in my life, but I've recognized one. It may be time to talk about forming a citizens commission to work on election issues, and that's something that I'm going to propose that we talk about at the workshop.
You mentioned the workshop. I do want to just, we've said this and we mentioned it last week. On April the 26th, we're going to have a discussion about several issues that have been mentioned or talked about thus far, not talked about in a formal setting, but we do want to encourage everyone that if you have an issue or you have a question, that we would like for you to submit that ahead of time so we can have an opportunity to be prepared and to discuss those items on April the 26th. You can go to tcadmin@tarrantcounty.com and submit the questions. You can write them down today and hand those in to Mr. Manius. But that's going to be an opportunity for us to sit down and to discuss things which have been either sent to us via email or other means, and we're going to try to address a lot of that in that discussion on Tuesday, April the 26th. So, thank you, Mike.
Appreciate it. Mr. Brewster.
Mike.
I'm sorry?
What kind of tapes are you talking about?
The closeout tapes from the precinct scanners.
I see. Okay.
And my view, and I think the view of the public, that should be, and actually, as I read Mr. Garcia's procedures, that should be a basic part of the reconciliation, but I can't even see where it's been used. And when I found that they weren't even available upon request a couple of days later, and at first I was just going to get with Mr. Garcia and I was going to go down and talk to him, but now I'm finding this is a situation all over the state. These tapes should be produced and the Secretary of State's got guidance on this. This is complicated, you know, and I understand that. I've been reading regulations, I've been reading policies for years. I was a government employee in the aircraft maintenance industry. I'm telling you, I know something about policy and regulations. But, and there are convoluted issues here. But the public is expecting that's being done, you know, at the closeout of these polls, and it's being documented. And I was kind of surprised to find that in the case of early voting, it's not. In fact, one of the senators that I heard speak the other night, Mr. Garcia was there, was that he made very clear, we've got 3 election systems. We don't have one. We've got mail-in voting, we've got early voting, and we've got day of voting. And they really only have a kissing resemblance to each other. I mean, there are significant differences in all 3 of them. And I think that leads to problems. And I bring a lot of issues to y'all. The legislature's going to get to know me too.
Well, and that's one of the points. Again, this is what we're going to discuss on the 26th, but there are several questions that we're asked that the answer is going to be state law. Talk with your state legislature about it. But I don't want to get into that discussion today.
Sure.
So we're going to do that on the 26th, and you know, hopefully that will at least clear up some of the misinformation that is out there. And at the same time, the one thing that I'm going to state, and I want to continue to state it, is that our top priority is the integrity of the elections system. And I feel very comfortable at this point in time, but we want to sit down and talk about it to a lot of people, and we will do that on the 26th.
Yeah. Mine too, but my comfort level may not be as...
I got the answer to my question, Mr. Brewster.
Thank you very much, sir.
Appreciate it.
Is Weston Martinez still, are you Weston?
No, Weston was unable to make it, but my agenda item was supposed to be added into that list as well, or my request was supposed to be in that list as well, related to elections.
And you're going to deal with this runoff, with this constitutional election?
Yes.
Okay, now what's your name?
My name is Aubrey. You should have my stack in there.
Just a second, give me a minute.
I think I had...
Aubrey Campbell.
Yes, I had neglected to add the E.
Changes before the runoff.
Mm-hmm. So,
Now, okay, today was actually about, this dealt with the municipal elections, but I'm going to go
yes,
ahead and...
this applies to the several upcoming election cycles, the runoff and the constitutional measures as well. So, independent investigations into the last 4 election cycles have uncovered a very concerning phenomenon that our elections are not only ad hoc, but they do not seem to be auditable in any sense of the term. The remedy to this requires nuanced discussions, maybe even debates, and as you stated clearly, debates that may need to be held at the legislative level. However, there are a few items that can be addressed swiftly to begin to amend this issue of potentially unlawful and unauditable elections. These items can be adopted immediately by the Tarrant County Election Board, and then approved as well by the Commissioners Court, and enacted before the upcoming runoff and constitutional measure elections. We're asking for no more rally sites or rally stations. We would like for the election judges to bring their equipment straight to Tarrant County elections. No stops, no pit stops in between. There's no need for it. And in fact, if anybody was present at Central Count during the last primary election on election night, we had a catastrophic systems failure that included the downing of the rally stations, which prevented us from tabulating election day votes for a significant amount of time. We had candidates coming into Tarrant County elections to find out what was going on. They had watch parties where their numbers didn't go up all night, so they're very concerned about that. On top of not really needing the rally stations, the failure of them when we're depending on them was catastrophic. So we request no more rally sites and rally stations. We do request sequentially numbered, pre-numbered paper ballots and the PVRs. It won't be a huge change. You just order them from Hart, sequentially pre-numbered as per Texas Election Code 52.062 and 62.009. That is the law. The Secretary of State does not have the right to waive that law or to instruct HIDER or the election board or anyone in Tarrant County to or how to violate state election codes. We are requesting in-precinct voting. That may be difficult. I understand there may be a budget restraint on renting locations. So another option to this would be limited precinct voting. So you have certain polling locations that may allow for a certain amount of precincts to vote in that location. We would have it limited so that we could actually be doing an audit or a recount or a contest recount based on regions instead of having everybody vote everywhere in county, to where if you need to audit just one precinct's election, you have to open every single community polling walk center box to get those ballots out. That's very tedious and time consuming. So we are requesting either in precinct voting, if you can have a polling location in every precinct, or limited precinct voting. Maybe it's been suggested maybe by commissioners' precincts. You can pick a few locations there and kind of divide up your precincts and say 5 to 10 precincts go here. We're also asking for the printing of the early vote result tapes by polling location upon the closing of the polls.
Your time is up.
This is on the agenda, so I'd like to continue.
You only have 3 minutes, ma'am.
Mhm.
Your time is up. And
Okay.
what I would, ma'am,
Sir, I'm listening.
your time is up. What I would say is many of the items that you are
Mhm.
discussing will be items that we will discuss at the April 26th meeting, that at this point in time, we are in the process of already testing the ballots, testing a lot of the information for the runoffs. None of this nothing will be changed, I don't believe, at this point in time, or could be changed at this point in time. Again, many of the things that you're talking about are determined by state law. We will discuss this on the 26th, but we're not going to get into discussing it today.
Okay, I didn't mean for a debate. I just wanted to give you guys the list, and
For your
Mr. Brewster
time,
was afforded a few more moments.
Your time is up.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Brewster was afforded a few more
Thank
moments to
you
finish his
for your
thoughts.
Your time is up.
Okay. Hopefully no action is taken against me for DA Wilson requesting my personal information. I appreciate you stepping down.
That's all the discussion with regards to this item. And do y'all have any other questions at this point? Any other discussions at this time? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion is approved unanimously. Marvin?
Good afternoon. So we have 2 items for action. Both are ARP items for visibility. The first one is approval of a professional service contract with Baird, Hampton & Brown for engineering services related to the design of the resource connection sewer infrastructure.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Second item is approval of a professional services contract with Baird, Hampton & Brown for engineering services related to the design of the resource connection domestic water system isolation valve replacement.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Ms. Glenn?
Move to receive and file the personnel agenda.
Second.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to receive and file the personnel agenda. Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, and good afternoon. We have a few more items for the court this afternoon. The next 2 items are both waivers, the first for my department, Human Resources, the second for the Medical Examiner's Office. In my office, our senior benefits analyst is retiring the middle part of April. That's Ms. Bennett. And she'll have 400 vacation hours. I do view her role as vital in my organization. I've identified her replacement. And so I'm requesting a waiver of the 400 vacation hours. We're estimating the net cost to the general fund to be approximately $9,900, and that does include fringe benefits.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
So as I mentioned, the second waiver is a request from the medical examiner's office. Their forensic photographer is leaving county service at the end of the month with 400 vacation hours. The ME is requesting a waiver of the 400 hours at a net cost to the general fund of approximately $5,700. That does include fringe benefits.
Move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
So item 4 is an out-of-class pay extension for the Criminal District Attorney's Office, the details of which are outlined in your court communique. I will add that the cost of this extension to the general fund is less than $1,000. Actually, it's about $812.
Move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Next item, item 5, is a request for a table of organization change for constables precinct 5 and 8. As explained in your court communique, Constable 5 is requesting 1 additional deputy constable position. 8 is requesting 2 positions. There is a request to use ARPA funds for these positions. These individuals are needed to assist with a backlog of cases in the JP courts. This item was previously brought before you as part of the county administrator's agenda on 1/25, January 25th of this year. If I didn't mention the fiscal impact to ARPA funding, it's approximately $183,930.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
So I'm going to skip item 6 for now. We'll come back to it. The last item, item 7, we're asking the court to approve our Delta dental service contract agreement. I did mention to you last week that I would be bringing this contract to you this week. I'm happy to say this is the last of our benefit agreements. So we're done with that. Judge, I think you had some questions last week. If you recall, this is the dental plan. It's a fully funded plan. This is the plan where employees and retirees pay their own premiums.
Right.
And so it's a wash. You pay premiums, they pay claims, and we're done.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
So we'll go back to item 6, and I'm going to ask Ms. Ramnarine to come forward and have that discussion with the court. While she's coming, I do want to bring to the attention of our department heads, you all should have received an email yesterday from Amber Duckworth. Amber is our benefits manager. She sent an email about our newest benefit offering, which is short-term disability coverage. We'll be offering it effective June 1st. So that the email that went out invited department heads to participate in a virtual meeting on April the 6th from 10 to 10:30. So it'll be a very brief meeting just to introduce the benefit. There will be follow-up meetings with employees. Again, those will be virtual meetings. There's no registration required. There is a meeting link in the email that went out yesterday. So please pay attention to that. We'll be sending information, additional information via email. We'll be sending employees information at home. Again, we're excited about the short-term disability benefit. It's the one gap that we believe that we've had in our benefit program. And so now we're addressing that gap. So we're excited about that.
And
good afternoon. So let me start just with a little recap of pandemic leave. So you know we've offered some form of pandemic leave, whether federal or county, since 2020. So I'm going to focus here out on 2022, what we've approved and what we could do moving forward. So I just gave you a spreadsheet with various facts and figures on it. There are two sides, one for 2021, you'll see that label at the top, and one for 2022. 2021 is mostly information you've seen before. I did add some quarantine leave numbers there in case you wanted to review those, but I'm going to focus on 2022. So you see we had a very busy January, as we all expected. The majority of our cases were in January. The requests have really dwindled since then, so from 388 in January to 31 in February, and actually 2 in March. I got one this morning, but we have relatively little activity on the pandemic leave front. That being said, what you approved back in January was 40 hours of pandemic leave for either the employee's own illness or need to quarantine, a child's or spouse's illness or need to quarantine, and then any closures of a school or daycare facility in which the child cannot return to school. So those 40 hours were paid at 100%. The instruction at that time was to revisit this as of March 31st. So here we are. And the one different stipulation this year was that the employees needed to be fully vaccinated in order to qualify. With that stipulation, we see really two options, either continuing pandemic leave as it is or discontinuing it effective March 31st, well, April 1st technically, and no longer offering it. With that, I'll request your instructions.
I don't see any need to continue pandemic leave past March 31st.
I'll second that motion.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
I would just like to add that obviously I'm hoping that the low cases and all that Vinny just talked about, that is a trend and will continue going down. But should our numbers change and should the need arise, is obviously that we would have that conversation again as a court. So I will move forward with this, but wanting to make sure that that there's a willingness for us to talk about reinstating it depending on how COVID trends.
Absolutely. If the numbers should turn in the other direction and become dramatic and a problem, we can always revisit this.
Very good. Thank you.
Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you, Angie. Melissa?
Good afternoon.
Hi, Melissa.
We have 8 items for your consideration. The first item is an award recommendation for RFP number 2022-039. This is our annual contract for website improvement automation project for information technology, awarding to Site Improvement in the amount of $77,517. We're also requesting contract approval.
Move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
The second item is an award recommendation for bid number 2022-072. This is our annual contract for dump trucks and haul trucks for all precincts, awarding to the 2 primary vendors, Premier Truck Group and Southwest International Trucks, per unit price.
Move for approval. Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
The third item is an award recommendation regarding bid number 2022-073. This is our annual contract for purchase of tractors and boom mowers for all precincts, awarding to Bain Machinery, Fort Worth, and Zimmer, Kubota, and equipment per unit price.
Move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
And the fourth item is an award recommendation for bid number 2022-079. This is our annual contract for toner cartridges and maintenance supplies for inkjet and laser printers countywide, awarding to the various primary, secondary, and alternate vendors listed per unit price and discount from list price.
We're still using inkjet printers?
I think we have just a handful.
We have what?
I think we have just a handful.
Okay.
Elections doesn't have any.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a
Never
second.
mind.
Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
The fifth item is an award recommendation for bid number 2022-081. This is our annual contract for carpet, tile, and miscellaneous flooring material and services for facilities management, awarding to the various primary, secondary, and alternate vendors listed per unit price and discount from list price.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
And the sixth item is regarding bid number 2022-082. This is our annual contract for automotive light truck body repair services countywide, awarding to Reed's Collision, and this is awarded discount from list.
What was that last part? I'm sorry, I missed it.
A discount from list price,
Oh,
or
okay.
discount from the appraisal value.
Okay, move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
And the seventh item is regarding bid number 2022-067. We're requesting to rescind court order number 137589. This was our annual contract for tactical gear for the sheriff's office, and we're requesting award to the primary and secondary vendors listed per unit price and discount from list price.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
And the last item is an acceptance of the rebate check regarding bid number 2020-003. This is for our annual contract for office supplies and other miscellaneous products countywide with Staples Contract and Commercial. The rebate amount is $132,935.03.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Question, is that the amount for Tarrant County or for everybody who purchases off of our contract?
We receive 3% of all purchases. Tarrant County does.
So this is just Tarrant County?
Yes, this is just what we received.
Yeah,
We included.
that was my question.
Yes, we included in the backup, portion of this item, what the other entities received.
Okay, thank you.
Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Commissioner Brooks, I believe you have an interlocal agreement?
I do have an interlocal agreement with the city of Everman, and I move approval of item.
Second.
Whatever Roman numeral that it is.
10M1 A and B.
That.
We got a motion and a second. Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. Commissioner Fickus has an item. I move approval of item 10M2 A and B.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. And Commissioner Johnson?
Has this one been approved by the DA's office?
Yes, Commissioner, it has.
Move approval of item 10M2, 3, A and B.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. Are there any appointments today? Appears to be none. Then we will move on to the claims, including the addendum.
Move approval of the claims, including the addendum.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the claims, including the addendum. Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. We have covered our briefing items. We have a few more audience participations. We have two that wish to address by phone. And so at this time, my first call will be to Belinda Darling.
Hello.
Hi, Belinda. This is Judge Whitley, and we're at the audience participation point in our agenda. And if you'll please state your name, you have 3 minutes to make any comments that you'd like to make.
Thank you, Judge Whitley. Belinda Darling. I'm not sure that Tarrant County voters can be comfortable with our voting systems as you are, especially after what happened on March 1st. The Hart Verity Rally server located inside the elections office malfunctioned and greatly delayed the voting results. It's been sent to Hart for repair with no repair status as of this morning. Many of us who are paying attention here in Tarrant County are not happy with the use of these rally stations, period. We're told over and over again that our election data is not put out on the internet. That is simply not true. From the very moment we walk into the polling place and sign in on the 10X e-poll book, our data is on the internet via Wi-Fi or MiFi, whatever you want to call it. Then the rally stations transmit our election data over the internet to the elections office. So based on the problem with the last primary, we should not be using rally stations for our elections, especially for the small turnout in the upcoming primary runoff. It would not take any extra effort to make this change. Not using rally sites would greatly simplify the process. The election judges should take the unofficial results directly to the elections office and bypass any rally stations. Will this take extra time? Yes. Is it worth it for securing our elections? Absolutely, yes. It is worth the wait. I'm asking the court and the elections office not to use these rally stations in the upcoming primary runoff on March 26th. I'm also asking for the ballot imaging to be turned on these voting machines. Our voting system was purchased by Hyder Garcia to have a paper ballot backup, and I greatly appreciate that. But these systems also have a ballot imaging function that is not being used, and I don't understand why. These ballot images should be turned on and should be available to the ballot board for review and verification. That's pretty much all I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Belinda. Just a general comment that I would make, and it sounds as though you've been watching our meeting today, but again, the 26th, April 26th, we're going to have a discussion about specifically the two of the items that you mentioned, plus many more. And I hope that you will make every attempt to be a part, to be here for that discussion, to hear, because we will specifically address the concerns with regards to the rally stations and that particular tool that we're using from that standpoint. So thank you.
What is the email address for that? What is the email address again?
Yes, the email address for you to send questions is tcadmin@tarrantcounty.com.
When and where is the meeting?
The meeting will be here on Tuesday, April the 26th.
What time?
It will be in the course of our commissioner's court. It'll be that probably going to be set up as a briefing item, or just what we're looking for on that deal?
So we'll start it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Have a good day.
You too.
The next individual is Robert Bucher.
Hello.
Hi, Robert. This is Judge Whitley. It's that point of time on our agenda. You know the drill. 3 minutes. Go.
Yes, sir. March 1st election had way too many complications. You cannot say in good conscience that our elections were clean and clear, with a massive amount of machines messing up and chewing up ballots and causing spoiled ballots in mass amounts. Pay-to-play and bought votes need to stop. Sovereignty and integrity are the utmost importance of our election process. Let's bring back it in the hands of we the people. Paper ballots using a pen and scanners to tabulate like before Hyder Garcia arrival worked well. No issues of hacking or crashes of hardware on these useless machines. Put the integrity back into the precincts where it belongs. Seeing the regulars and distinguishing the new voters give the sense of security knowing your community and them knowing that you, us, the clerks and election judge, let's bring that back. And that's per a election judge and precinct chair. This is key that communication and community go hand in hand in the integrity and sovereignty of our elections. Having open market type voting systems in these voting centers is a travesty to the integrity of our community and its voters. Judge Wheatley, you even said in the article that you did not agree, but then in the last Commissioner's Court, you said you saw nothing wrong with our elections. Which one is it? Texas Election Code 43.001 and 127.131 both outline the use of precincts and how they're to tabulate their results. There has unfortunately been legislation that passed that kind of counter that, along with the DREs and the VPATs, which are verified voter paper audit trail and direct recording electronics. Per Texas Election Code 52.062 and 62.009, our ballots are to be prepared by being numbered consecutively, beginning with 1, which has not been happening, and it's supposed to be arranged like down from 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. It is cheaper to return to hand number ballots in the sequence, as the machines cost $30 million, not to include the $60,000 upkeep per my open records request of a purchase order that I got here recently. Utilizing the $3 billion in collateral you have sold off is how we can buy out these contracts. It's time to buy out the contracts for the machines. It's time to call Hodder's insubordinate like you did Nathan Neblett back in 2018, the former Marine election administrator, and that's all I have.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. Yes.
Next is, okay, I'm not going to even attempt the first name, Wang, Ms. Wang. I apologize, but.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you for commissioners.
Morning.
My topic regarding.
Could you move the mic up just a little bit so we can, move it up to where you speak into it. There you go.
Okay. Yeah, my topic is regarding the manual count performed by county employees after an election. I noticed this from Texas Secretary of State full election audit for November 2020 general election. In the announcement for phase 1, the Secretary of State was satisfied with the manual counts performed by Tarrant County, showing manual counts were perfectly matched to the electrical counts for the 7 selected precincts for the race on railroad commissioner. Actually, the number of the ballots cast on election day were mismatched because Tarrant County was using numbers of ballots cast by polling locations instead of precincts. The electoral counts data were not published. So now, to this March primary election, as a poll watcher, I have seen the county employees working on the manual counts to meet the Secretary of State requirement. The race was controller, a state-level position, but a small race as well. Again, Tarrant County has chosen the polling locations instead of precincts for the manual counts on ballots cast on election day. But the electrical counts were not published as well. So, without knowing the data, poll watchers could not tell right or wrong. For election integrity and transparency, I think Tarrant County could do better on the manual counts. The cumulative report by polling locations for election day needs to be published on time for poll watchers doing their jobs. A better selection on the races should be added to manual count. Should be the race for key positions with a larger scale of sampling. Just like audit a private business, a real audit is never only focused on nickels and dimes. That's all for the day. Thank you very much.
And again, I would say April the 26th, we will specifically address that, and also state law sets all those requirements, And finally, I was an auditor. We did many random samples, and the random sample was a very small amount, but it was a statistically random sample. All of this will be talked about April 26th. I hope that you'll be able to be there.
I will be here. Thank you very much.
Next is Teresa Campbell. Teresa Campbell, there she goes, okay.
Good afternoon, Judge Whitley and Commissioners. I'm happy to be here and very respectfully approach this forum. I, like you, Judge Whitley, am a retired CPA for about 35 years. And my part of the data research, and I won't go into it a lot because I know we can come back on April 26th, but what I got was I got all of the registers of official ballots, which is sort of the reconciliations that are done by each precinct at each election judge on election day. So what I discovered was we went through all of the May and June elections for 2021, and we went through every single one of the registers that were completed by the election judges, including the register of seals, opening seals, and closing seals. So what this register, it represents is really a reconciliation of how many ballots you were given by the election administration, ballot stock, and then how many ballots were cast, how many were ruined, spoiled, provisional ballots, that kind of thing, and then how much you end up with. And so what we found then was that these reconciliations were only 20% of them were correct. So 70 to 80% of these registers were wrong. Either they didn't include the number of ballots cast, or they didn't include how many other things that they were supposed to include. So on the 26th, I will give you that, and I've got samples for each of you that I'll give you on the 26th. But what that comes down to, and so when I asked Hyder about this, I said, how can you rely on these election judge registers? And he said, we don't use them. We don't use them at all. So these are the papers that the election judges complete, and they are not used at all to corroborate the information that's coming from the machines. And I asked, why don't you use them? He said, because they're never correct. And I said, well, that's a problem, don't you think? So it is. It's partly a training problem, but the bigger problem is there's no corroboration of the machines versus the election judges. The only place there could be a reconciliation is the tapes. So these tapes that are generated by the scanners, they look like little grocery store receipt tapes. They show how many votes were cast. Of course, they don't have names on them or anything else, but they show how many votes were cast. Well, we can't get access to those. For the early voting, it doesn't seem like there are any, or it's been denied that there are any, because we also requested all the information from the seals, everything else from early voting, nothing on the tapes. So I don't know if I don't know what happens, but Hyder did tell me for these things from election day, they're just put in a box and stored away. They never look at them. So I see that as a big problem. So my big thing is there's no corroborating evidence for machines. There's no human interaction. When you take out a ballot and you have a box full of ballots and you recount them, you don't know if a person's created the ballot or if a machine created the ballot. So that's my big thing, is that we need some human interaction. So that my time is up. I will sit down.
Please submit your questions so that we can be prepared to respond specifically to what your questions are.
I'll be happy
So
to
do it before the 26th. If you wouldn't mind going to that TC admin.
Yes.
Or just hand the questions to Mr. Manius or one of his staff members.
I'll be happy to do that.
Thank
Thank
you
you for
very
your
much.
time.
You bet. You too. Next is Tammy Lehman. Good morning, or afternoon, I guess.
Good morning, afternoon. My name is Tammy Lehman. I serve as the Precinct 1710 Chair, which is just right north of Crowley city limits. I also completed the election judge training through TCGOP, and it's kind of scary. There's now 3 CPAs in the room. I'm also a certified fraud examiner, and I recruit CEOs in the electric utility industry. Throughout my career, I have spent a lot of times evaluating numbers and people and solving problems, and I believe these are helpful traits to determine whether or not There's election integrity. And as a reminder, integrity is doing the right thing even when nobody is looking. I'm not alone in questioning the integrity of our recent elections here in Tarrant County, and the number of us in this room is continuing to grow every day. We want one legal person is a legal vote, and I have reservations myself that is going on in this county, and there's 3 reasons that I support this belief. Number one, we have experts across the nation who have provided tons of evidence, irrefutable evidence, that there has been widespread fraud in the November of 2020 elections, and many of it's similar that's occurring. Closer to home, Tarrant County was rated in the top 100 among counties in America recommended for a full forensic audit if Americans are to restore election integrity. And you don't receive this type of designation when you're doing the right things and nobody's looking. Number 2, we have questionable processes in our elections here. We talked about a couple of those today. What is so unique about Tarrant County that we have rally points when other counties in Texas do not, or that we don't retain the electronic images of ballots where other counties in Texas do, and why pour more money into voting machines when experts have proven that these machines can be easily hacked and that they are designed to give a predetermined outcome. Considering the fraud that occurs when using voting machines, paper ballots and manually counting them has become a feasible alternative and becoming quite popular. And then number 3, I heard from some of the voters in my precinct at the Crowley Bicentennial Center. They were complaining about long lines, long wait times. The elderly and handicapped were not accommodated because of the issues there. But the main thing is, their concern is, well, if you can't put on an election where these things are addressed, how can you do what's most important? And that is one legal person has one legal vote. It sounds like you're wanting to work with volunteers like me who are passionate about election integrity, and we do want the one legal person is one legal vote. After all, this is our election, and when we do the right things, election integrity can happen.
Thank you, Tammy. Again, the 26th. Next is Leanne White.
My name is Leanne White. I live at 116 Pineland Place in Fort Worth, Texas. Thank you all for allowing us to speak at your forum. I have concerns about our voting machines and the process as well. I think maybe you were misled that our voting system is not on the internet. Do you believe that it is?
No, ma'am.
I believe that it is.
Okay.
The e-poll books are connected to MiFi. These are our voter rolls, and anyone can get into these and see who is checked in and possibly use that information to influence the vote. The rally sites must go. The V drives are currently taken out of the scanners at the rally sites by election administration employees with no chain of command policies, then copied, and the results are sent to the EA office over the internet. Anytime the internet is involved, there's a hacking possibility. And in addition, it's very complicated to host and run the election. I'm an election judge, and explaining to the people time and time again, I'm sorry, would you mind redoing your vote after you've just been here for 30 minutes or longer because the paper jammed or only one page fit in and it didn't accept the second page? And it's really not fair to the elderly people. They have to stay, they don't want to stay in any line. They're forced to stay in long lines, then stand up there, their little hands are shaking, they can barely, touch the right dot. It's very unfair to them, in my opinion, and making them wait in long lines and have it just be a totally frustrating experience. Grown men were extremely frustrated saying, we just need our paper ballots back. That's what everyone wants, that I know of, personally. Do you know anyone that really appreciates these new machines?
Several.
Really? Besides Hyder, anyone?
Several.
So they think that they're accurate and fair?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, can you bring those names to the meeting, to the workshop?
We'll explain stuff on the 26th.
Great. Thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate your service to Tarrant County and Fort Worth, Texas.
Thank you for coming out today. Next is Buff Kaiser.
Judge Whitley and Commissioners, thank you very much for giving us this opportunity. My name is Buff Kaiser. I'm a Pascal graduate and happily have two Gladney boys. I've been around here a long time.
Raise your microphone, please.
After Pascal, I was at University of Texas Air Force ROTC and then the military in IT and had a career in IT, information technology, and operational risk. And I think that I'm a volunteer with the Citizens for Election Integrity Texas. We're focused like you and the fellow commissioners on election integrity and excellence in Fort Worth and Tarrant County, and we all are in agreement we want to reduce the vulnerabilities in our system that we might have, and we really welcome what you're doing on April 26th. That is outstanding. We're very happy to participate, and we hope that we are a resource to you and can be of help to you. That's what we intend. Mike and TK and many others who are here, we're all looking forward to this, and what we would like to do, and we will definitely make the arrangements. You've given us the way to do this input. As you probably know, we had a very successful event on January 26th at the Ridgely Theater here in Fort Worth, and the event was hosted by us, the TCU College Republican Chapter, and Turning Point USA, and was quite well received. We have over 300 attendees, and we have put our findings and recommendations, which we'll be bringing to April 26th on our website, tarrantelectionintegrity.com. We'll give you that. You can see this in advance. So many of the points we'll be making on April 26th, we've got video excerpts that are probably only 5-10 minutes, so you'll be able to see in advance some of the points we'll be making on April 26th, and we'll make that very clear to you so that you know exactly where we're headed. Also on the site, we have PDFs that you can download that back up what we're saying in the video presentations. Just for some background, a small group of us started gathering and praying in early 2021. We sensed statistically that we had issues with our elections. We wanted to pray for Tarrant County, pray for our elections, and just see what we could do to help. So we started doing information requests. We weren't looking for things. We weren't hoping to find things, but we found things. I personally am the individual who photographed a lot of what is in the information that we've provided to you. These voters from vacant lots. I took these photographs after TK told me where to go take them. We live right there next to Tom Thumb on Hewlin. We found voters from P.O. boxes both in our own post office there on Hewlin, as well as in that the pack and mail store right next to Tom Thumb. We found people that should not have been, their votes should not have been counted.
Mr. Kaiser, your time is up.
Okay. We're really looking forward to April 26th, and we'll provide all this to you before then.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
John Raymond. Mr. Raymond.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I got two things. Since the machines, there are anomalies happening that look almost algorithmic. If you look at this last primary, out of 238 candidates, every candidate from early voting, the number of votes from early voting, and then the votes from election day voting, almost exactly doubled every candidate. I mean, it's in the data. And if I go back to the 2020, about the same number voted early as on election day. It's almost exact. But you go back to 2000, where we didn't have these HART machines, and it's just random between early voting and election day. So, and my only point with this, and I know this is probably a April 26th thing, is it looks very machine-made, like algorithmic. Another thing I want to bring up, sir, is a Public Information Act request for Aaron Harris was present in the central count room the night of March 1st and early morning of March 2nd until approximately 5 a.m. The sign-in sheet did not include his name. I am not aware of any official capacity that would allow him there. Many of us are concerned about the risk of impropriety when people are present in this situation without valid authority, especially given all the administrative problems we've had with this election and unusual outcomes in the races. Could you please get these records for us? All records, forms, admissions, sign-ins, applications completed by Aaron Harris, which permitted him to be present in central count room and Tarrant election building the evening of March 1st and morning of March 2nd, 2022. All credentials given to Aaron Harris, which would permit him to be present in the central count room and Tarrant election building the evening of March 1st and morning of March 2nd. Mark.
I'm going to need you to do that formally and not via just this conversation. I just know the way we have to go through that process. So you need to write that down and then submit it as a public information request, and then we can respond to that from that standpoint. But please do that.
That's all I have.
Thank you very much, sir. Christy Wilson. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. It's my first time here, so I've spoken at a lot of school board meetings, so I kind of get the thing with the timer. Am I started on my time?
In a minute.
Oh,
Now
okay.
you are.
Since our current administrator came to Tarrant County, our elections in Tarrant County look nothing like they did. It's what it seems like to us is very disconnected. Even though it sounds, oh, it's nice and you can be lazy, vote anywhere, go anywhere, I see it as disconnected. I think it's, the rally stations, vote wherever you want. Precincts don't really matter. We don't have tapes, we don't have documentation. There's internet voting, we know it. It's not a secret. There's no names on ballots, the ballots aren't numbered. You can't ever track your ballot, you can't look at it, it's not scanned, even though we have the ability to scan with these lovely machines. Why isn't that scanning ability turned on? Why are we bypassing that? Oh, so we can be more disconnected. People feel so disconnected. I've been an election judge for 2 years. All the voters say the same thing. They say, will my vote even count? They're scared to early vote because they feel like it goes into a never, never land. I'm hearing this from voters, and I'm running to be a precinct chair, and I'm going to represent those people, hopefully, but the point of it is we really need to not disenfranchise voters, and that's what's happening with all this internet, the papers, the elderly people struggle. We struggled as election judges. All these errors end up allowing for adjudication, which is voting machines' favorite thing, because when they can adjudicate, they can make it whatever they want. Like those 20,000 military ballots that just didn't go through with Rumbeck ballots that, we had to adjudicate them all. And I was told that people were there adjudicating those ballots that probably shouldn't have been in there. Possibly people in this room, possibly people sitting before me. Will April 26th just be a rubber stamp? Are we just going to rubber stamp whatever Mr. Garcia wants to do over there so it's easy and we just all be lazy? We all just vote wherever we want, we go wherever we want, and we don't follow up and have a paper trail. We need to have follow-up. We need people to know that their vote counts, and just saying, oh yeah, everything looked great, and it's lazy. We can't be lazy. People are mad. People are frustrated. That's my question. Will April 26th just be we've already done it, that's the way it is? Is that what it's going to be? Is it going to be a rubber stamp, or will it be a solution? Those changes that were made to the way our elections are run, They were made. They were made after our current director came. Why can't they just be switched back? We have the power to do that. Can you take action, please?
On the 26th, we'll factualize many of the things and items that you've just questioned. The one statement that I would just say is prior to Mr. Garcia being here, when you voted early, there was no paper evidence of your vote, none whatsoever. Every vote that is cast in elections today has a hard copy paper ballot. We'll talk about it on the 26th, and we'll address the ability to know who voted how.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Sam Cook. Good afternoon, sir.
Okay. So we have a short amount of time, Judge Whitney. I saw that you had to get on television right after the primary election and apologize to the citizens about the vote crash. The old way used to...
We'll discuss, but no, I did not apologize for a vote crash.
You were making an apology to the public.
There was two systems we'll talk about on the 26th. There was an unofficial system, which we had a problem with the server, but it never impacted the official count that we have done at every election for as long as I've been here. There's two counts. There is an unofficial and there is an official. I'm sorry, please stop his time and let him have a little bit of additional time. Proceed.
Well, we've had a lot of controversy with elections. I mean, there's very simple fixes. I even served as a voting officer when I flew for the Army. So I come from an aviation background, so I know about having accurate records, because if you don't have accurate records, your aircraft can kill you. Basically, having bad voting is like basically killing your civil rights. Another thing, too, you were complaining to the voter administrator about the election costing more money. And looking for his background, you bring a bureaucrat from California to Texas and think he's going to adopt our style of way of doing budgeting. I mean, most people could probably, there's plenty of people around Tarrant County who could do that job for $1 a year, who are retired, have CPA credentials, financial backgrounds. I mean, you also look at the thing too, also saw that he's been involved with Facebook executive, and he's listed as a guy named Iglesias out in California, and he's a well-known Marxist. But these problems are going to continue and go on. Another thing for counterproof ballots, there's two manufacturers of high-grade ballot. Crane makes all the currency paper for the Treasury. You kindly could contract with them to print their ballot paper. American Banknote Company makes a lot of high-security items. Why don't we go to that level of scrutiny for our balloting process? These machines, all they are going to do, your commissioner is going to hear from it from here now. Go back to the old way. Another thing I noticed, too, is you cannot do a write-in candidate with these machines. It seems like it was designed to make it so people can never do a write-in ballot. And I know, Glenn, Judge Whitney, you're leaving term. Why don't you kind of clean things up? Another time we have our district attorney here. If she's worried about conflict of interest, she just could appoint a special prosecutor for voter integrity issues, and that would relieve a lot of controversy. And that way she wouldn't have to worry about her office being viewed as having a conflict of interest. There are probably plenty of attorneys that would, in our county, that would volunteer to be a special prosecutor to investigate voter fraud. It would probably be very little expense to the taxpayer. Actually, it would save the taxpayers because anytime, by preventing fraud, therefore you're protecting the public budget. But you're complaining about him, you pick a guy from California to manage money in Texas. That's just not good judgment. And you come from a CPA background. And your firm is pretty good at counting money. Your firm is probably one of the best people in nailing fraud. Why don't you bring some of your CPAs from your old firm in here to start looking at the ballots and books?
I can imagine the conversations we'd have at that point in time.
Yeah, but I mean, you do come from a background, and you believe me, you never filed a document unless you sure the money was absolutely right in your years as a CPA. So let's take the same level. Let's get rid of all this controversy and just go back to paper ballots, make it super higher integrity. It's not much to ask, and it would certainly pull a lot of angst out of the community that, protecting our voting rights.
Thank you, Mr. Cook. 26th. Next is Karen Wiseman.
Be a busy meeting.
Hi, good afternoon,
Good afternoon.
Judge Whitley and Commissioners, and thank you so much for, I noticed that you really are paying attention, and we appreciate that. I have a lot of the same issues that many of the others have expressed. I won't go over that again. I would really like to see a local Texas ballot printer, though. I worked as an election judge the last 2 elections, and a couple of things I noticed, the ballot packets come sealed and they're supposed to contain 200 ballots. It's like sometimes it would be 210 ballots, sometimes 198. I never found one that had 200 ballots. And the other thing I noticed in the last election, half the ballots in the unopened package after it was open, they had these like big smudges on them, rendering them basically unusable. So, and I'll definitely bring that on the 26th. The other thing that greatly concerned me is the fact that we share internet passwords for the election equipment countywide. And that was confirmed by Stacy Baymeyer, who works for Tarrant County Elections. And the reason that came about is because during the training, I was told that it's called MiFi that the election equipment is hooked up to. It was locked down and very secure, and that the only thing I would see connected to the MiFi were my 2 e-poll books. And at one point I looked down and I saw 5 pieces of equipment connected to my e-poll books, and one of them was a cell phone in the pocket of a guy that works for elections. And I asked him about the others, and he said, well, it could be some equipment out in the parking lot connecting. So that doesn't give me a real warm, fuzzy feeling. The other thing that concerns me about our elections is supposedly there's a Democrat and Republican working at each location, and each time I've worked with all Republicans, there were no Democrats. And then there were other locations, they were all Democrats, no Republicans. So anyway, and I will definitely, I've sent emails on several issues, and I will forward that to this email. And thank you so much for making that available to us. Thank you.
Thank you again. Dana Oliver.
Good afternoon, Judge Whitley.
Good afternoon.
My name is Dana Oliver. I have worked in elections as clerks for more than 20 years. I've been an election judge the last 6 years. And so I've seen the transition, the whole thing, as a judge. The equipment, there's so many things that go wrong in a polling place. I processed 653 voters at the Lake Worth Sheriff's Patrol this past primary. And needless to say, it was very stressful. The machines are slow. Now, I agree with everything that has come before me, but I'm going to try and give you a little extra with it. If your hand is not the right temperature, the machine doesn't recognize your touch. A person that has cold hands, they need assistance, they'll call for me, and it literally doesn't recognize their touch. So I'll hand them a stylus, and that works out a little better. But that's a problem. I've had more voters ask for assistance that were not handicapped on just how to put the paper in the machine, because it won't accept it right away. I've had more jams this past primary than I've ever had, more spoiled ballots. It's a real problem. The first 3 hours, my scanner was on battery backup power. So I had to call a technician to the polling place. In the meantime, one of my duos jammed, and it literally cut the bottom of the paper ballot off. I had to close that duo because I couldn't unjam it. So that left me with 8 instead of 9 at that time, which slowed the line. I had a minimum 2-hour wait in my line most of the day. But the power issue, the technician came in and I checked the plugs, he checked the plugs, he turned it off, turned it back on. I did the same thing, and that's a wait time. When you have to reset something, it's several minutes for it to come back up, and then you've got people backing up in a line. But all he did, literally, was take the screen and jam it back in. He literally picked it up and jammed it back into the machine, and then it worked. He was like, oh, there you go. And I'm like, oh my, that's a good Army fix. Why are we messing with these machines? They're slow. Our voters take less time in the polling place just to mark the ballot with a tabulator and it's scanned, and they're done. This is a much longer process for the voter, and they get so frustrated when we have to spoil a ballot and they have to redo it. And like I said, I had more this time than I had before. Paper jams, too numerous to even count. I don't even know. More assistance. We actually did have to use our handicap station more often because we tried to get those voters in quicker to process. But
Thank you very much for your comment. Again, the 26th, I hope you'll be able to make that.
I will definitely be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That concludes the in-person comments. We have some folks who sent in comments but do not wish to address the court, and we will place those into the process. That was Belinda Darling, who I believe did end up talking to the court, Sherry Terry, as well as Denise Linsky. We also have with us today, I believe, a Rudolph Tovar from the CEO of Texas Procurement. Is Mr. Tovar still here? I guess not.
John, I don't believe that he wanted to address the board.
You're right, I'm sorry. He has a comment that he also left with us.
Did we get? You got that one?
He never showed up.
Okay.
And there was somebody who stood up and said that.
Oh, great, okay, thank you. Yeah.
So with that, we will recess our open meeting, proceed to close to discuss items exempt under section 551.071, 072, 074, 076, and 087 of the Texas Government Code. Pair of boots? Stop by.
Yeah, if they can get them in my size.
Well, they're gonna be Tony Lama, so you need to get a measurement on a Tony Lama boot.
I think my latest pair is Tony Lama's.
That'd be good, just get.
Oh, they.
Pointed heel, square heel, round heel.
You know what?
Yesterday.
Oh, better.
All right.
Are you there? Flash me.
You are flashed.
Having returned from closed session, there being no business to conduct at this time, we are adjourned in memory of John Roach.
Correctamundo.